Live from the Pacific Ocean, it is the Governor's Cup, the 57th edition of the oldest and most prestigious international youth match racing championship in the world. We're a few hundred meters off the beach here in Newport Beach, California, in SoCal. Welcome to day 5, the final day on which we will wrap up the semifinals and then go into the finals. The semis are currently, 2 races were completed yesterday, Friday afternoon. Cole Tapper leading Justin Callahan 2-0 in that semi. And Jeffrey Peterson leading 2-0 over Josh Hyde in that semi. And you heard the 3 horns perhaps in the past, just in the background there, as Dr. Don Becker on the race committee boat has hoisted code flag N, meaning the races that were in the sequence for a moment ago are now abandoned and will restart because Andy Rose, with whom I am again today, and Matt Whitfield up here on the commentary boat, and also Tom Spithill on our roving boat, we'll all know what's going on with the wind. It started out in kind of a southerly direction, and then, Andy, it softened. It came up for a moment, then it softened. And now Dr. Don Becker, the PRO, has called off the sequence. What's going on, Andrew?
Yeah, this is not an atypical condition for Newport Beach. This morning, it's a southerly, and as the day progresses, we would expect it to go right more into the southwest. But it is it's really got light. When we first got here, it looked pretty good. Right at that start, you could see, or you maybe didn't see, but 2 of the boats were above the line, Justin Callahan and Cole Tapper, and actually used their spinnakers to get back in the playground here and got a fairly even start, but they were just moving so slowly at the start that it just, the key is to make this fair racing, and when it's like this initially until the wind settles down, it is hard to do a really fair race.
Well, now the AP flag, the red and white striped flag, is up. That's postponement of the sequence as we wait for the wind to stabilize. Matt Whitfield, you're looking up the track. How much breeze do we have, and what are you expecting from here?
I mean, it's been really variable these last 5 minutes. We've had anything from maybe 2 knots of breeze up to about a 6-knot breeze right now, swinging from about 170 to 210. So massive, massive shift range. It looks like the breeze is stabling in a little bit, still a little bit soft. And I think, once the cloud starts to disappear, then we'll start seeing more similar conditions to yesterday.
So up here on the broadcast boat where we're, 10 meters, not 10 meters, but what are we, 4 meters above the water, 5 meters above the water? Got a good view up the track, but down closer to the water and up close and personal to the yacht racing is our esteemed roving boat reporter, terrific sailor, great coach from that amazing sailing family in Australia, the Spithill family. Tommy Spithill checking in.
Yeah, morning, Tom, Andy, and Matt. Yeah, look, another bit of a light start to the day here, but I'm sure Newport Beach is going to deliver today. We've already seen the teams have a little bit of a go in the pre-start. They've been out here doing their warm-up laps, and you can certainly feel a bit of tension in the air here. It's a must-win few races here for the teams that are on match point. But on these light days, anything can happen.
Well, speaking of match point, we were saying a moment ago that Tapper's leading 2-0 over Callahan and Peterson's up 2-0 over Hyde. Andy, what are your expectations? This is a first-to-win 3 semifinal. So, as Tommy said, both teams are on match point.
Well, both of the underdogs at this point, the teams that are in the semis behind 0-2, expressed what you'd expect. They both expressed a great deal of optimism. One of whom has already proven that he is the comeback kid.
Indeed.
After starting this series 1-5, looked really in trouble and just said, I'm going to come back. And he did. He went, just lost 1 race on each of the next 2 days.
Justin Callahan, the comeback kid,
and got into the semifinals. So if anybody could
5 annual events here, and this cup has been going on since the 60s. And he's been 37. Christine Gribben, who is the Regatta chair and is also double duty today as our crack spotter, one of our 2 spotters, along with Ethan Snyder up here on the bridge of Adios, our broadcast boat. And he's chaired Christine. He's chaired the race committee now for what, 15 years, something like? And his team is fabulous and always have been, but struggling today with these conditions. I'm sure they will sort out the course axis to be as nearly as possible straight into the wind when it settles down. And Andy, why is that we like to match race in windward lured configuration on windward lured courses, straight into the wind and then straight back downhill in the downwind leg?
Well, I think in match racing especially it's important. I still like, in fleet racing and especially some of the maxi boats I sailed on, the reaches are pretty fun. We used to sail, they called a Gold Cup course, and the America's Cup course actually had 2 reaches out to a wing mark. But frankly, tactics are crucial in match racing, and this is a better tactical challenge.
When we're lured.
When we're lured, because the boats are closer. Nothing much happened on the reaching leg, so you might as well do the 2 legs, the windward and leeward leg, where the stuff mostly happens.
Yeah, Chris Bretschker, our director and executive producer of Gulf Cup TV, has put up on the screen the course diagram, which is windward lured, windward lured. They start here between the committee boat and the yellow pin. We used to call it the pin. It's one of these mark bots. We'll describe that in a moment. The yellow round buoy to the left as you're looking upwind of the committee boat. That's the starting line and also becomes the finish line at the end of leg 4. They go upwind on leg 1 and round either an orange buoy or a yellow buoy up about, what is that, a quarter mile, 3/8 of a mile to windward?
Yeah, probably that.
Approximately. Depending upon the wind strength, Dr. Don Becker can move those marks and now remotely with an app on his phone or iPad. But they go up to one of those marks. They signal whether they round the orange one to the left or the yellow one to the right, depending upon variations in the wind direction. Again, trying to keep that upwind leg aligned as nearly as possible, straight into the wind. The boats zig and zag, beat their way up to that mark, turn it to starboard, meaning leaving it on the right or starboard side of the boat, come downwind on leg 2, zigging and zagging downwind with the spinnakers through the gate here at the bottom of leg 2, and they can pass through the gate, Matt Whitfield, and do what?
They have to go through the gate and then turn round the left mark or the right mark. They can go either way, and generally that'll be decided based upon what their opponent's doing and what they think the next shift, the next pressure coming down that beat.
And that next beat is upwind back to the windward mark on leg 3, and then finally rounding that top mark again to starboard and back down to the finish, ignoring the gate. The gate only plays a role at the bottom of the second leg, has no impact going upwind and no impact on the 4th and final leg to the finish, which is the obverse of the starting line. It's the committee boat and the yellow mark. What about these mark bots, mark set bots, the technical name, Andy? What do you think of these marks that are being used for the first time in this 57th edition of the Governor's Cup?
Well, it seems to be going pretty well, I must say. The windward legs were all dead to weather, and it seems to be easier to move them around. I know Dr. Don Becker was a little skeptical, but I think he is now pretty happy with them, and they're certainly maneuvering them the way they should be. Let me say in passing about Dr. Don Becker is his son Jeff is a Governor's Cup winner back in the days when it was under 20. And he was one of the youngest winners of the Governor's Cup ever. He may be the youngest. We weren't sure about the birth date between him and I think Nevin Snow, but great sailor. And Don has been in charge of this race committee for a long time, and he does one of the best jobs I've ever seen in match race committee work, which is, I think, the hardest of all the disciplines. They have to start, I forget what we did, 160 races or something during the week. Or
you mean race
something.
Management of match racing as opposed to fleet racing or
fleet
team
racing.
racing? Or
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, so what he's doing now is just waiting for this southerly wind to establish itself a little bit. But it's going to be shifty. When it's still in the 170, 180, 190 range, you'll see quite a few shifts. until it clears up a bit and maybe starts establishing a little more steady breeze from the southwest.
Well, Matt, tell us about these marks. So we've all had a look inside of them. We've seen them used in other regattas, I'm sure, but how do they work?
So they have a GPS inside them, which basically is connected to the app that they run off, and the app tells them the location. So like on Google Maps, you drop a pin. You do that with these marks, and then they have a little propeller, and the GPS between the two of them motors them into position, and then they hold station a lot steadier than you would think compared to what you would assume. You'd assume it would move a little bit with the waves and the wind, but they stay really, really well stationed.
So they're not anchored to the seafloor. They've got an electric motor. This is very sustainable, modern technology, and a big battery that lasts all day. And I think last night they said there were still 70% of the batteries left after a full day of maintaining position, let alone being moved around by the app on an iPad or an iPhone. Andy, we just heard the horns from the A-horn anyway, from the committee boat. They've lowered the blue and white checkered flag, code flag N, and they've lowered the postponement flag. We're about to get into a new sequence as we see code flag F, Foxtrot going up, the warning or attention signal.
Well, that wasn't the Olympic horn, since it's around the time of the Olympics. But yes, they're ready to get going here. Again, this will be an interesting race. This is probably the toughest condition in Newport Beach that we have to sail in is a southerly, because there are a lot of shifts.
Tommy Spithill, you're on the water. You are expert in every sense of that word when it comes to yacht racing. Looking up the track, which side do you like?
It's hard to pick at the moment, Tom. We've just seen quite a sizable left-hand shift, and now the breeze has settled back in the right. So the question will be if it will again do these little flicks back into the left, or whether it's now going to steady in from the right. But the good news is we've got breeze. We can see one of the other matches getting ready, and they're coming downwind with the spinnaker up, and they're moving downwind quite nicely. So we've got fair conditions, and this should be another exciting pre-start. Tapper's been really dominating most pre-starts, nearly all of them, I'd say, against his opponent. So these are real fun ones to watch.
If you're just joining us, we were going live at 11:30, we thought, but Dr. Don Becker and the race committee have got us going a little earlier because of expected light wind conditions today, which is frankly filling in nicely at the moment. We are 2 races into the semifinals of the 57th edition of the Governor's Cup. We have Cole Tapper on tap, no pun intended, racing Justin Callahan in that semifinal. Tapper leads 2-0, and then 5 minutes after that start, we'll see the other semifinal start with Jeffrey Peterson up 2-0 over Josh Hyde. Andrew, what are you expecting in these 2 matches?
It's hard to bet against Cole and Jeffrey. As Tommy said, the Cole starting has been just superb. And if you win a start in a match race, it's a pretty big deal. The odds of you winning the race are much higher. So that's good. But, Callahan has been the comeback kid, so let's see if he can do that. And Josh Hyde certainly has the talent.
And Josh is 20, and he's strong. We shall see. Matt Whitfield, we're coming up on the entry signal, the pre-start entry, which is the 4-minute signal for this first pair, Tapper, Callahan. How does this work? What's the entry?
So one boat is nominated the yellow and starboard boat, and one is the blue and pin end boat. So they have to enter the starting area from to windward of their respective ends. So Tapper has to go over the committee boat and then cross the line from to windward to leeward. And the same with Justin Callahan and his team from the pin end. They must cross that line. And that is 4 minutes, and they're able to enter the box now.
Andy, which is the favored entry normally in this pre-start?
Well, in light air, you want to lead in, basically. And I think especially in a southerly here, I would try to lead in and hit the left side initially. But then, as Tommy pointed out, it has come back to the right here. It quite often will be phasing. So in other words, it'll go left for a little while, then it'll go right. You have to be very conscious of that and prepared to react to it quickly.
The dial-up. The famous dial-up.
Yep, the most boring part of current modern match race starting.
And one thing that's a little bit different today compared to yesterday, like the wind is a little bit more skew with, but there's 2 or 3 different swells out here. Some going with
Good
the wind,
point.
some going left to right, some going right to left. So there's very confused large sea state, which is making the boats, when they're down speed, they're really going to be knocked about and going to have to really pay attention to ley lines precisely.
That's a really good observation, Matt. It's the boats get more difficult to sail. The wind shifts more.
With 240 to go, Tapper going over the top of the committee boat. So Justin Callahan following around. They're going to look to do a little loop and circle and try.
Yeah, one thing I noticed with the speed build, difference with Tapper's coming out a lot lower to the wind, and also he's a lot what we call fatter on the trim, which means he's a little bit looser on both the jib and the main. You can, out of these maneuvers, sometimes be forced to have, you know, to strap things on too tight, and I think that was the difference of why he's getting out of these down speed maneuvers so much quicker than his opponent.
You'd have to call that a pretty even start. And right now, to my eye, as my friend Gary Jobson would say, Justin Callahan is moving along quite nicely there. He's got a little bit of a header on port tack.
It's a must-win match for Justin Callahan, who trails 0-2 to Tapper and the first to win 3 semi. But let's go over now to the other semi-final. They're just about to enter into the 4-minute pre-start. This between Peterson and Hyde. Jeffrey Peterson up 2-0 over Josh Hyde.
So 4 minutes, 5 seconds to go.
And here's the entry of both boats.
Peterson is the yellow boat in boat 8. Josh Hyde is the blue entry in boat 10.
When you say yellow and blue, we're referring to the flag on the trailing edge, the leech of
look
the
at this.
sail.
Look at this, guys. This is interesting. Jeffrey turned his boat very quickly to go into the dial-up, and in doing so stopped his boat, and Josh Hyde was able to tack onto port and cross him. pretty impressive move by the young Josh Hyde from Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron.
Yeah, as we were saying yesterday, Andy, with Josh, you know, he's asking questions. He wants to get the boat going faster. He wants to learn. I think it's a really good attitude on that team. And we mentioned yesterday, they trained for, I think, 7 or 8 days in a row before they jumped on the plane coming here. And obviously they train all year as part of their Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron's world-renowned youth program.
Okay, here they come right around the media boat. You can see on your TV or computer that we're right in the middle of the picture right now. They're both going around the boat using us as a pick, as in basketball. Here comes Josh Hyde jibing around. Still no advantage to either boat. Some great pictures from our aft camera there. That's awesome, guys. Okay, so Jeffrey going over the bow of the boat, Josh Hyde to leeward of the boat. Now they will meet, and not much will have changed. I'm sorry, Josh Hyde going over the bow.
And just to prove Tommy's point about Josh Hyde trying to learn and always trying to get better, is yesterday he went over the boat and Jeffrey Peterson went behind, and Josh Hyde tried to dive inside and picked up a penalty. But there, you know, he didn't make the same mistake twice.
2 minutes. Still way early on the line.
Probably 30 seconds to the pin end from where they are. And with 1:45, that's a lot of time to kill.
In this breeze, Tommy Spithill, do you want to lead back or trail back?
Look, if you're able to, I think we just saw on that beat there, the left still was strong. So a lead in this light air is desirable here. But if you are trailing, if you're able to push your opponent who's leading in high and slow at the pin and tack off with pace, then that's how you can also get away with trailing into the start. Now the issue here is going to be when they go and accelerate again, we'll see a similar thing where it might be a 2 downspeed tacks, and whoever pulls off this maneuver the best is going to be the one that wins this start.
Guys, just an update on that first match. Tapper is around about 15 seconds ahead of Callahan coming down leg 2.
So here, when they try to accelerate, the boats are going to slip sideways from left to right if they try and peel off on starboard.
We're going to go
so
back to the
Josh
start.
Hyde is close to being under this port ley line here, so he does need to follow out Peterson on port when they accelerate. 30 seconds to go, and they're close to the line here. They're not very close to the line, so Peterson, without much time to burn and a really good acceleration there, puts him in control of this last 20 seconds of the pre-start.
Yeah, right there you saw basically just experience. I think I think Jeffrey and his team are just more experienced at the boat handling of these boats. This is only the second time Josh has ever sailed in them. But they returned pretty early, so Josh will be able to start here.
And the interesting thing with Peterson there, when he decides to pull the trigger and go, it's when Hyde is at his slowest or at his worst sort of position. So when he bows out of that maneuver, Peterson positions his bow that he's in a spot where he can accelerate first, and he's trying to basically catch Hyde head to wind. So he's got to use his jib, pull the bow all the way down and try and accelerate. So again, as you said, Andy, it's just experience there.
Let's go back to this first match between Tapper and Cole as Tapper leads Callahan. Sorry, Tapper and Callahan as Tapper leads Callahan into the gate.
Yeah, what I saw on that beat between the Tapper and Callahan match, similar to yesterday, Tapper is going upwind with his crew hiking. All I can see is just the tips of their kneecaps. Callahan's got a crew member sitting inboard, so I think Callahan's in a bit of a higher slow groove upwind, and Tapper is just sort of matching his angle but going considerably quicker upwind.
Tapper leading Callahan at the end of their leg 2. Tapper on boat 7 is the mainsail number, and Callahan on boat 11. And then in the meantime, we've got this second match between Peterson and Hyde on their first weather leg.
With Peterson tacked over onto port tack now, is about 100, 150 yards to windward laterally of Josh Hyde, who started on port and has stayed on port pretty much the whole time. So there's a lot of big separation between these boats right now. In this shifty conditions, that puts a lot of risk in. Looks like the wind's left, which would be favoring Peterson right now.
Does look like more pressure left, perhaps, too.
What the competitors also can use with these other matches with the sail-offs for 5th, 6th and on all the other positions, you're able to use your other competitors sort of as a wind gauge for yourself. So if you see a boat coming downwind on a particular angle or jibe or going upwind, looking desirable on a certain side, you can use that information to understand the pattern in the wind.
So Josh Hyde peeling over on starboard, tacking on to come back. He thinks he's got a right-hand shift. He thinks he's got good pressure. You only want to come back to the other boat when you think you're on your gaining thing. So that would indicate a little right-hand shift.
And again, they're headed to the orange buoy. There are 2 buoys up there. One is the alternate in case of a wind shift, that being the yellow one, but they're headed for the orange buoy at the end of these windward legs, at least for the moment.
For the team sailing with 4 people on board versus 3,
Peterson ahead in that match. Tapper on your screen is ahead. Probably going to slam onto Callahan in about 2 seconds.
And he does indeed. By slamming on him basically is just another way of saying tacking in a position ahead of the other boat so the wind will filter off your sail and be disturbed when it hits Callahan's sail. He might have gone ever so slightly low to make that really work, but if you're a half boat length or so above the other boat, it works pretty well.
Must-win races, matches in the semifinal for Callahan and Hyde. Are they both trailing at the moment?
Yeah, so Peterson is that blue kite in screen, so he's led round that top mark in his match. Hyde is just at the mark now setting, and he's overlapped with the other match with Tapper. So Hyde being the yellow kite, Tapper being the grey kite. So this is really good news if you're Justin Callahan, because he's set in dirty, Tapper is set in dirty pressure, so he's going to do a slow set. That gives you a chance to gain a little bit as Tapper jibes out to try and clear his air. That should mean Callahan's able to be within a boat length or 2 rather than 3 or 4 boat lengths as it was going upwind.
An innovation here in the 57th Governor's Cup. Our producer, director Chris Bretschker, has got onboard audio coming off all 4 of these semifinal boats, which every now and then you'll hear in the background. A very interesting development here. Step forward. Congratulations, Chris, to you and your volunteer team here at GovCup TV.
So you see Jeffrey Peterson and Josh Hyde coming down. Jeffrey has quite a lead, but is using up some of that lead to be sure he's all sailing in the same sort of general area as Josh Hyde, because it's very puffy. You let the other boat get too far away, just 1 or 2 good puffs, and you'll find them right in your face as you dive. So doing a good job there. Again, it's giving up a little of your lead to be sure you keep the lead.
And then you've got the Tapper-Callahan match. Tapper in the light blue kite and Tapper in the grey kite. Callahan's just trying to get over and get onto his breeze. If he can get that kite looking squiffy on Tapper's boat, he's going to be gaining. He's going to be faster. He's going to have a chance.
Yeah,
to overtake
Tapper's
here.
the gray kite, kind of the darker kite, and the aqua kite is Callahan.
And those 2 are going into the finish. So this is a must-make move for Callahan here.
Very close race.
It's got about a boat, 2 boat length sort of gauge between them here. But what Tapper did a really good job of yesterday was holding low, not getting sort of sucked up into the dirty air of the other boat. It's really tempting as you feel someone really breathing over your neck to then go, oh, let's go up and luff. But he knows sort of when that's needed and also when to hold your depth and keep that gauge.
2 hot jibes there. Callahan trying to get back onto the breeze on the other jibe as Tapper, but Tapper does a really good job of getting a lot of heel and skirting the boat around and getting it turned aggressively and keeping his breeze clear.
Really, really good boat positioning. The only chance really for Justin here is to sail very high, force Tapper to sail very high, do more jibes, and lengthen the race. In other words, he needs time to get past him, and I don't think he's going to be able to do that as they approach. You can see the committee vote on your screen, Tapper just passing it. And that will end that semifinal round with Cole Tapper 3-0 over Justin Callahan. But a close race, good race by both boats.
I'm not sure if you saw at the end there, Andy, there was a dial-up happening. Tapper threaded the gap between the other match and the pre-start. It was quite skillful.
Speaking of the pre-start, as we said it earlier at the top of the show, the other pairs out here are 5th and 6th, 7th and 8th, and so on. They're first to win 2. But let's go back to the Hyde-Peterson match, which is the other semifinal, being led at the moment by Peterson, and he, of course, is up 2-0 over Hyde in their semifinal.
Yeah, very big split here on the beat. Peterson did a turn at
Well,
10 lead to Peterson, but with very big split here.
you know, Tommy's breaking up a little bit, but you're right. It is a very big split, and it's a little unusual in that respect. When you have a lead like Jeffrey Peterson had, I'd definitely do at least a loose cover.
What's that mean, Andy, for our maybe keen yacht racing viewers, a tight cover versus a loose cover?
Yeah, tight cover is what I was talking about a few moments ago, which is the boat position going to windward slightly above and ahead of the other boat so that it causes the wind to be disturbed by the time it gets to the other boat. A loose cover, on the other hand, you're just trying to stay between your opponent and the mark, and so that any big shift doesn't hurt you much. You know, it'll hurt you, but if it's a negative one for you, but you're still in touch with the other boat. So it's a little unusual to see a huge split like that.
We're watching also the Morgan-Pinckney match for 5th and 6th. Morgan in boat 2 and Higgins in boat 6. If you see those, they're kind of intermingled now with that other semifinal. The shouting you might hear behind us is the next match is Torre and Kemp for 7th and 8th. But let's go back to the Peterson-Hyde match because that's the one that counts. The green kite is Higgins. Tom Higgins from Ireland, a round ahead of Pinckney, coming downhill in their match for 5th and 6th. It's the first match of a first to win 2 to determine the 5th and 6th place. There's the purple kite of Morgan Pinckney in 2nd place, trailing in that match. And their mat is the blue kite of
Jeffrey Peterson, leading by a very comfortable lead of 10, 12 boat lengths. So he should be able to, barring any major disasters, he should be able to roll downwind and lead in to take his 3-0 and be in the final.
Well, or as Tom and I know, the Sea Monsters also could.
the Sea Monster
could be
scenario.
involved. That was late one day a couple of years ago that we got a little crazy, and I think Tom, you came up with this that, well, you know, barring something, you know, they're going to win. He says, but how about Sea Monsters?
Well, or a rig coming down or something.
Right.
You know, the horrible thought of that. But Jeffrey Peterson, the blue and white kite, looks like he's going to win his 3rd semifinal match, 3 in a row here over Josh Hyde. Jeffrey from the local club, Balboa Yacht Club. He's won the Governor's Cup twice in 2021 and again last year in 2023. And we really, Andy, wouldn't be surprised to see him go forward now to the finals, as he was the winner last year and was racing in the finals against Cole Tapper, who we now know will be the other finalist.
Yeah, again, no surprise. They're the most experienced of these teams out here. They're both just sailing brilliantly. They make it look really easy. And let me tell you, it is not easy. Josh Hyde won 2 of the Australia-New Zealand series this year, which is quite a feat. They have a few more regattas than we do up here, and so that was terrific. And he was an obvious choice to join us, but they're just a little less experienced than Jeffrey and Cole. Both Justin and Josh are just a little less experienced. Boy, a great race by Tom Higgins. You know, if he wins this, Tom, he's had a heck of a 2 days.
Well, in considering he was, I pushed him a little bit in the morning show this morning and said, I think, Tom, weren't you DFL last year, which is sailing technology for dead last? A term of art, as we say.
A term of art.
And this year he's had a much better regatta, contesting for either 5th or 6th against Morgan Pinckney here of the local Newport Harbor Yacht Club, and a terrific sailor in his own right.
And Morgan was 3rd last year and 3rd 2 years the year before. So, you know, that's quite a feat. These are good. This is good competition despite the spreads here. Both of the teams that lost these semifinals are really good sailors, and we're going to hear more from them.
Now that one is done. Jeffrey Peterson has won 3 straight in his semi against Josh Hyde, and will, again, I like to use your Stanford word, Andrew, matriculate, will advance to the finals against Cole Tapper. Cole, an Australian, Jeffrey, an American, and they raced an epic last year final at the Gov Cup in the 56th edition. Jeffrey won 3-0, but the races were wild and much closer on the water than it may look on paper.
Well, and as we said earlier, the last race of the rounds robin stage, Jeffrey sailed against Cole Tapper, and the race was just incredible. I said basically both boats are doing exactly the right thing given their position on the course always, and as a result they were overlapped at the finish, but there were really no mistakes made. Both boats sailing very well. So if we have those kind of racing in the final, you all who are watching are in for something here. This should be pretty amazing.
And notwithstanding that final match, the final of the rounds robin was won by Cole Tapper, not JP. So we shall see what happens. Tommy Spithill, we have a repeat of last year's final coming up. Any thoughts?
Yeah, look, there's differences in how Cole's sailing. One, he's actually able to match Jeffrey's speed, and as we saw in that last race you were referring to in the round robin, he was actually quicker at times. So I think his boat speed is really good. The second big thing I've noticed is just his composure and confidence. You know, like the way he's sort of conducting himself. You know, he's sort of like he's got the head of a 50-year-old on him, and just looking in a really good groove, if that makes sense. So I have to admit, it's a different Tapper than what I saw last year.
Yeah, I think you're right. Well, we shall see, because Jeffrey's certainly on his game. He has been confident throughout the week, sailing brilliantly, sailing very fast. And, you know, I wouldn't, Tom, please don't ask who you think's going to win, because I don't have a clue.
Well, I was just about to ask that, but let's go look at these other matches, because the Higgins-Pinckney match, which is coming downhill now. Nope, not quite. About to come downhill. It's on their last leg to the finish. That's for 5th and 6th. Pinckney in boat 2 and Higgins in boat 4. Pinckney with the purple and white kite and Higgins with the green kite. And Matt, you can plainly see the green kite is around first.
Yeah, the green kite of Higgins set. Not a brilliant set, but they're probably 15 seconds ahead, so a good job for them. They should be able to hold that downwind there. But Pinckney's within distance that he can make it interesting.
Simo jibes. Andy, you often say that you don't want to be just 2 boat lengths ahead coming downwind, 2 boat lengths ahead of your competitor. Why?
Well, first of all, the boat behind has a little bit of an advantage, especially in a light and shifty wind. As the puffs come down the course, you'll get that puff first. And if you can use that puff to get on the other boat's wind, meaning cast your wind shadow down to the other boat, disturb their spinnaker, then you basically could roll them or get ahead at that point. So a 2 boat length lead at a weather mark in a match race is a fragile lead, to say the least.
In these boats with symmetrical spinnakers, what's the difference, Matt, between an S sail, a symmetrical spinnaker, and an A sail?
So a symmetrical spinnaker, you have a pole that clips onto the mast and you outboard, and you can move it forwards or backwards depending on your angle. Whereas an asymmetric spinnaker will be a bowsprit, so it'll come forwards directly out, sometimes attached, sometimes extendable, and it's a lot harder to go dead downwind, so you're more on a reachy mode, whereas with these, if you get a bit more pressure, you can pull the guy back, you can get going lower downwind, and you can project the air in a slightly different way.
There's a new term of art, a reachy mode.
Yeah, I don't think I've heard that one before. That
sounds-
must be a arcane British expert.
That sounds like a Japanese starter. Right, Christine? How much breeze is there, Tommy Spithill? Do you think it's going to come up and go right, shift right?
For the last of the semi-final matches, there's actually quite nice pressure. Probably the top wind speed we've seen over the last couple of days. It's backed off slightly, but there's enough breeze that all crews are on the side hiking. So it's good conditions.
It's rather overcast for sunny Southern California, Andy. You practically grew up here, a stint in Texas, but we're just looking back at the beach, which is just a couple hundred meters behind us. Beautiful Newport Beach, California, out here in the Pacific Ocean between the Newport and Balboa piers, and an overcast day. Will this burn off, Andy?
Maybe later, but we've had a lot more of this. This is what we talked about yesterday, the marine layer, which is a very thick and low level of clouds that form when the water is cold like this and the air above it is hot. So it's going to last a while. We see a little brightening in the sky here, but it's been taking quite a while for these to burn off. You know, normally you'd expect it to have burned off by now.
June gloom in July.
In July, absolutely.
The end of July.
Yeah,
actually.
no, this is a
Look
little
at that.
unusual.
Beautiful shot. Why do they call this the school course?
Because it's in front of the Newport Beach Elementary School.
How nice would have it been to go to, you didn't go to that school.
No, I
did you?
didn't.
You were in Texas then, or were you
I was
back?
in Texas then, yeah.
Well, how nice to have gone to that school for the kids even today, who on recess or on their lunch break can go out and go for a surf if they want, or
I
a
know.
swim.
It's amazing. It's one of the best located schools ever.
So we're watching these other matches. Who are we looking at right now? Are we in the pre-start?
Yeah, between Nichols, so Sienna Nichols and team in boat 12 leading in with Dylan Sue just behind. So they're coming into their start for their consolation round.
And that is for 11th and 12th. Going in, Sienna Nichols, the youngest competitor in this event from Balboa Yacht Club at age 15, is racing Dylan C. from the neighboring Cross Harbor rival Newport Harbor Yacht Club in the final minute of their pre-start.
These are the two youngest competitors in this event, with Sienna at 15 and Dylan at 17. So respectively, they have 7 and 5 more Governor's Cups if they wish to compete and qualify to do so. So it's pretty amazing. But, you know, I'll tell you, both of us have shown some real talent out here, Matt, on this week. You know, they've won some races, and they're going to be great, I can tell you.
Yeah, no, like they when they're sailing well, both of these teams, they're really on it, and they're as good as some of the top teams. There's just a few more little mistakes creeping in here or there. It's not that the top end's not there. It's that, you know, just the consistency of applying that, which, you know, that's I think what you've seen with Tapper and Peterson, is they've consistently applied good tactics and good boat handling all week.
Well, Matt, you sailed against Sienna in 2 of the California Dreaming Series, which is not age limited, and you won them both, but I believe Sienna got second. So, you know, as you said at the time, she's the real deal.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's one of those things where when I was 15, I'd never even been on a keel boat, let alone able to win
Yep.
high-level match races. So, you know, it's incredible to see how good they are, considering how young they are. They're going to be sticking around, and they're going to be sitting at the other end of the fleet very, very, very soon.
And Dylan C., if memory serves, Andy, is 17
17, yep.
and going to Harvard in the fall. Or, sorry, Stanford, that other school.
That other school. No, he's going to Stanford. I'm very happy about that.
Look.
Boy, this is closed up here. Look at this, with Morgan and
McCutcheon leading round from
oh, that's
Bernal.
McCutcheon. McCutcheon and Bernal. That's a close race. So Morgan did lose to Tom Higgins there. Tom will be very pleased with that, and Morgan will not be pleased. So let's see how they do in the next race.
Who was leading that match, the McCutcheon-Bernal match? McCutcheon was, right? But just. McCutcheon in boat 6 with the white-purple kite, and Bernal from Brazil in boat 9 with the white and green kite.
And Bernal with a slightly sloppy drop. He's still got his spinnaker pole up, but it's back, so it's not really affecting the sail shape, but it's just in the slot, giving a little bit more drag, which when they tack over, they'll probably try and correct that, but they've been losing a little bit from that, from not quite having the boat handling.
You know, we probably should mention, Matt and Tom, that the reason we use symmetrical spinnakers in this, when most modern boats have gone to asymmetrical spinnakers, is that it makes the tactics better. With asymmetrical spinnakers, you have to sail very high on a reach in order to use the sail properly, so it leads to sort of follow the leader type things. This is much more, I think, tactical and makes for closer racing.
And as well, it's not only with these boats, there's less speed differences with the symmetrical kites compared to the asymmetrical kites. So if you get a puff, you don't just fly away and get boring races.
Coming into the finish now is the Torre Kemp, Marcello Torre in 7th place against Danielle Kemp, who is in 8th place. This is their consolation round, and it looks like boat 3 with the red kite. Marcello Torre, who's a veteran, Andy, he's from Royal Freshwater Bay Yacht Club out in WA, has just won that match over Danielle Kemp.
Well, this is Marcello's last Governor's Cup, so I'm sure, you know, at this point he will really want to beat Daniel for 7th and 8th, I believe. But Daniel Kemp is only 20 and has showed a lot of great racing here this week. So I think you'll see a lot more. I think we will see a lot more of Daniel Kemp in the next couple of years. He had a very good record in the Australian and New Zealand regattas down in the Southern Hemisphere. So. Again, experience beating, you know, or as we say, old age and treachery, beating youth and enthusiasm.
Well, you and I can say that.
Yeah, but that seems to be the, you know, well, for, you know, a 22-year-old, the Governor's Cup is old age. So.
And what is the age thing? How does that work?
You cannot have reached your 23rd birthday by the last day of the regatta. That's a vestige of when we had a lower age limit, but we've kept it. Most of the international regattas and world sailing would love us to go to a calendar year, but we didn't see any particular reason for that. It's just another date on the calendar. So,
but it used to be quite a bit lower.
Yeah, when I sailed in it, you couldn't reach your 20th birthday. So, we were all, you know, 17 and 18.
Did you see on that previous shot when our director Chris Bretschker came to us? You and I had our arms crossed, looking like those croutons in the crew photos, of which we are so critical because we just don't like that look at a friendly, beautiful sport like our beloved sport like ours. And Andy, speaking of which, the kids this week, to a person, male and female, boy and girl, young adults, they have exemplified the best, I think, not only of our sport, but I'm not going too far to say humanity. Just
I
a
agree.
fabulous week. You know, great sportsmanship. And I said this, I think, on one of the morning shows. I was sitting there watching, listening, talking to somebody, and one of the kids came over, a top kid, one of the top sailor skippers came over and asked another top skipper, hey, where are your jib leads? Where are your jib cars? How do you adjust your jib cars fore and aft depending upon the wind? And right away, the other top sailor said, no problem. You know who that was? I can say it now. It was Jeffrey Peterson and Justin Callahan. Justin, I'm asking the question of Jeffrey, because Jeffrey sailed a lot in these boats.
Well, and they're good friends. These sailors, a lot of them get to face each other in intercollegiate competition and other match racing competitions. So they're all great friends, and it's obvious. And it's really, I agree with you. I think this is a especially terrific group. The talent from top to bottom is probably the best we've ever had. All the boats are very close. We had a semifinalist with, I think, 8 losses or something like that, or 7, which is either a tie or breaking the record for the most losses for a semifinalist. And that just shows you the fleet is, you know, is very equal. So,
what are the top sailing universities these days?
Well, these days, Brown University with our friend Liam O'Keefe, who tragically died in May, but Brown won the Fowl Trophy, which is emblematic of the overall best records in all the various intercollegiate championships. in the
Sorry, interrupt, Andy. We'll go back to that. But, Matt, we've got a finish here
Yeah,
in the McCutcheon-Bernal match.
Yeah, Robbie McCutcheon sailed away well up that second beat. He got a good drop and then sailed on a good shift. There was a left shift came through, which he managed to extend out a little bit from Nicholas Bernal. So he comes through with a 20 boat length lead across the finish line.
So he is up 1-0. That is Robbie McCutcheon over Bernal. Andy, back to the sad, tragic story about Liam O'Keefe. You did a nice thing at the Monday night, meet the teams, and then again Tuesday morning. Tell us how that memorialized Liam.
Justin Callahan and Liam were really best friends. Justin told me soon after it happened that he had more pictures of his twin brother Liam and him than he had of just Mitchell, his twin brother, and him. And so we recognized that. Justin gave a very touching short sort of summary of who his friend Liam was. And then we adapted a Hawaiian and California surfing tradition of a paddle out, where when they lose a surfer or a lifeguard, everybody paddles out on their boards and they do a little service and throw leis into the water. So we did a sail out. Basically, the committee towed the boats in a complete circle, and then there were leis on each boat, and they did that. So I think it's a good tribute, and he was terrific. But at any rate, he, before he died, he led his Brown team to winning the overall foul trophy. But Justin Callahan and his Harvard team won the most prestigious of the various collegiate championships, and that's the Open Fleet Race Championships. And another school, my alma mater, Stanford, last year won with unprecedented all-female skippers and won. So, it's exciting to see sailors like Sienna and those girls. The Larkamps are a little older, but they don't need any help to get to become champions.
And just to wrap up the sad saga, but the wonderful tribute to Liam O'Keefe here, I was also reminded by Justin Callahan that Justin, who already is a sophomore at Harvard, is a two-time All-American, which, as you know, in the sport's a bit of a deal, especially for collegiate sailors. And to go 4 years, which if you don't do it freshman and sophomore year, you're never going to go 4 years. But that is Justin's trajectory at the moment. But also Liam O'Keefe was an All-American in his freshman and sophomore year. And Justin said, man, I was really looking forward to going up that ladder together with him.
Yeah. Well, it's very sad, but Liam was here last year crewing for Justin, and I think because of their relationship that maybe that had some effect on Justin's performance this year, which was still excellent, being in the semifinals. But at any rate, just great people, and the college sailing experience is a bit different, but it sure produces some great sailors.
Well, Maddie, coming downhill now on leg 4. This is leg 4, right, Christine,
yes,
for them? This is, of course, the Nichols C match. Dylan C., Newport Harbor Yacht Club, in 12th, is in the red and white kite, but is he leading? It's close over Sienna Nichols with the black and white kite from Balboa Yacht Club, both here in Newport Beach, and there's the jibe in front, Matt.
Yeah, Dylan C. just trying to jibe there, just so as he can go on the long jibe with clear air into this finish. So probably have to do a little jibe in at the finish. And the Nichols team behind are just trying to do a lot of jibes just to make more boat handling stuff happen. Because every time you go for a jibe, if you're behind, the lead boat might make a mistake, and that might give you the opening you need to get back into it. But Dylan C. doing the smart thing of not engaging too much in that and just doing one jibe into the finish. Keep it simple, keep it fast, and get through the line.
The Harry Price strategy.
Yep.
You're ahead and maybe a touch of boat speed, although this is pretty close. Again, the finish line is the obverse of the starting line. It's the yellow buoy and the committee boat, not the two orange marks to windward. The two orange marks buoys are the bottom end of leg 2, the leeward gate. Okay, well, there we go with the first matches of the consolation round. Chris, we're gonna keep covering these. This is interesting stuff, and a worldwide audience tuning in, parents, family, and friends watching the sailing of their kids, their friends from around the world. We welcome all of you to the 57th Gov Cup, the annual event championship hosted by Balboa Yacht Club, and we are again in the Pacific Ocean, just a couple hundred meters off the beach. Beautiful Newport Beach behind us. As today, unusually, Andy, the wind is more southerly than westerly.
Yep. Well, it happens quite a bit. In the old days before Orange County was built up and, 2.5 million people moved here.
They pay paradise
That's
and put
right.
up a parking lot.
Well, they did, actually, and that did change the wind conditions here. We used to have a lot more strong westerlies in the afternoons, but it's, I said it's probably the most difficult wind direction to be sailing in, but these teams are handling it quite well, so.
Chris, do we have Tommy Spithill standing by out there? We can go out to the roving boat because, again, I'm Tom Eamon alongside Andy Rose and Matt Whitfield. Matt's from the UK, and he's settled here now in the States, is becoming a Yank of some repute. He went to University of Washington. He's married a lady here from SoCal, Emma, the esteemed, beautiful Emma, and I think he's settling in nicely as an American. Ertzat's American anyway. But we also have a non-American on our commentary team. We're delighted again this year to have Tommy Spithill with us from the famous Spithill sailing family, yacht racing family. His less famous brother, Jimmy, who's won the America's Cup, with whom I've had the pleasure of doing three America's Cup campaigns with, and his sister, Katie, all great yacht racers, sailors from Oz, from Australia. Tommy, what are you thinking so far this morning, now afternoon?
Yeah, look, breeze continues to get slightly stronger by the hour. So I think that's going to add a little bit more confidence to the teams that are sailing with 4 people on board, because everyone's able to get on the side of the boat upwind and really and really get the boats flat. I just can't wait for the Peterson Tapper final. We've got, as we were saying yesterday, we've got 2 teams that could easily be racing right now for the open match racing world championship. It's great to have 2 crews that I think are basically sailing these boats as well as they can be sailed.
I agree.
Tommy, Andy, we got Matt here as well. Andy said he didn't want to take a prediction and make a guess at the finals. Tom, let's start with you for a change.
Yeah, look, I think if Tapper gets off to a good start and gets that confidence, I think, as I was saying before, Tapper seems to be very calm. I haven't seen him this calm before. I think sailing-wise, he's been getting some great results. So he sort of doesn't have to prove himself, and I think that having that, the resume that he's got at the moment, it's really helping keep him calm and not try and, I guess, overthink things. I've seen him in the past, having discussions with umpires or, debates with his coach, and it just seems quite smooth. And likewise, Jeffrey as well. He as I just said, he sails these boats better than anyone else. So at the moment, I'm almost going with Tapper this year. Last year I was with Peterson, but I certainly won't bet my house on it. That's for sure.
Matt,
I can't really give an opinion because I'm 50-50, so I don't know. I mean, one thing I am confident is both teams will win multiple races, so I think it'll be 3-2 either way. I think it just depends on who gets a lucky break, who makes the most of a situation where, there's going to be some 50-50 moments, and it's whoever comes out of those, and I have no idea who.
Andy, do you want to take you'll have an opinion even if not in favor of one or the other?
I honestly, after seeing that last race in the rounds robin, I think in horse racing this would be called, or betting, this would be called pick'em.
Yeah, I do agree with you though, Andy. I think the advantage, and Tom, the advantage Peterson had last year, he was just a little bit more on it. I think, kind of in that mindset thing that Tommy's been saying, where I think Peterson had Max Brennan last year, and Cole knew that, and Cole sails with Max all the time in Australia, which he doesn't have that. So I think that's helping Cole's mindset go with he doesn't have that plus. That's not saying Daniel Pegg's not brilliant at sailing.
Right.
We all know Daniel is brilliant, but I think from Cole's perspective, I think he thinks that's that's not an advantage that Peterson had last year, which is, so far, he won the round robin. It was 50-50. It went down to a tiebreak. So I think both of them think that they can do it, because Jeffrey goes, well, I've won this event, and Cole goes, he doesn't have match, which Cole believes is why they won last year.
Yeah, I think you're right about that, about Max. In his joking, you could sort of see through his joking about that issue, that I think he does feel that way. But as we said, Jeffrey Peterson replaced Max with Daniel Pegg, who is, in my opinion, one of the best sailors in any position on any boat around. So I know Jeffrey is very pleased with the way they've been sailing, and you can see it. I mean, they're just doing superbly, but so is Cole. So we'll see. So I can't pick this. I've known Jeffrey since he was 5, and so I probably, would love to just pick him and say he's going to win, but
Who do you think, Andy's got more pressure on them here? It's interesting that Jeffrey has won 2 Gov Cups, and this could be, he could create history here and have his name on the trophy 3 times. Cole's yet to have the name on the trophy, so there's that pressure for Cole. But also there's a humongous spectator fleet out here. I wonder how much, if Jeffrey's going to thrive off that, of all the Balboa members getting behind him, or what are your views?
I think he will. I think I don't know that I've ever seen him so quietly confident, not arrogant, not any of that, but just quietly confident. And I think he feeds off this. He knows the stakes. He would love to be the first person to win 3, and so we'll see if he can.
So here's an update from Dr. Don Becker. I was just on the VHF with him, and we're watching the Higgins-Pinckney match, the second match in their Consolation for 5th and 6th. And Pinckney, obviously in boat 2, is trailing Higgins, who is in boat 4.
And Pinckney to leeward, being able to lock Higgins out of the start with less than a minute to go. Pinckney's just going to hold him up here and then go whenever he feels happy. Really good job there to spin the start from Higgins, locking Pinckney out. Pinckney's now locking Higgins out.
Maybe, Chris, we should watch the start of this match, since we got Morgan in this against Tom Higgins. There's 1 minute.
That was go.
Oh, that was go.
So lockout, shutout, start win for Morgan Pinckney there. He's battling back. Hopefully he's hoping he can get it back to 1-1 against Tom Higgins of Ireland.
Okay, that's the match, Consolation match for 5th and 6th, and we are informed by Dr. Don Becker that he's going to run a flight of the Consolation matches. This is the first of those Consolation matches. Then he's going to come out of that and go immediately into the Petite Final for 3rd and 4th, between the two who came out of the semis as on the short end of that stick, and then he will roll right into the first match of the finals. So Chris Bretschker has said, let's take a quick pause for the cause, and we'll be back with you in about 10 minutes. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the Pacific Ocean off Newport Beach, California, the 57th edition of the Governor's Cup. We are into the finals with Callahan and Hyde. The Petite Final with Hyde and Callahan. We're going to see that matchup first, then the finals with Tapper and Peterson, and we have one remaining consolation round between Torre and Kemp. They're tied 1-1. The others will give you an update on those. They're all completed for the other positions down through 12th place. Alongside me again, Andy Rose and Matt Whitfield, and out on the roving boat, Tom Spithill. We're inside of 5 minutes to the start, almost on the entry for the start of the Petite Final between Josh Hyde and Justin Callahan. They lost their semifinals, and this is a first, Andy, to win 2 matches.
Indeed. So we have Okay, we've got a New Zealand versus the USA here. I find it interesting that between a lot of efforts by a lot of people in this country, Dave Perry being one of the majors, we've really increased the interest in and the ability of the U.S. match racing teams. We had a few times when the New Zealanders or Australians or both dominated the leaderboard, but here we have an American team both in the Petit Final and in the finals. So Justin Callahan of Biscayne Bay Yacht Club and Harvard University will be against Josh Hyde of the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron in their first to 3, which means effectively best 2 of 3.
And when we say Petit Final, we're not being uppity. We're not doing this in honor of the Paris Olympics, which started last night. It's a common term in match racing worldwide. It means the consolation match for those who lost in the semifinals. And that's what we're watching, Hyde versus Callahan. Matt, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty even match. I think it'll be. I back Callahan to have the edge. I think he's just he's going to be able to sail fast and free, and he sailed better from after that first day. I think he sailed really well. So, I think Callahan looking good. And then 2:30 to go, just as he breaks up the dial up, and they're sailing behind the committee boat there.
How about a quick setting of the stage by Tom Spithill? What about the conditions, Tommy?
Yeah, so just a half an hour ago, when we were completing the semi-finals, we had the breeze come in from the left, and it was strong enough that teams were on the side hiking upwind. We're seeing a bit of blue sky here in Newport Beach, and the wind has dropped. So there's still enough breeze to get around the track, but not enough to have everyone on the rail or on the side of the boat, as we say.
Okay, a lot of chat there, as you see. Both boats came down the side of the committee boat.
Green flag.
Green flag.
Phone main on. Phone your main on hard.
You can hear a little chatter from the boats.
Keep main, phone them.
You hear that Josh Hyde saying, pull the main on hard.
So when you oversheet the main, if you sheet it on harder than it should be trimmed, it gives even worse dirty wind off, really just trying to slow Callahan down. They've got 1:25 to go, and they're maybe only 25, 30 seconds from the pin end. So Josh Hyde seemed really trying to slow this game down as much as possible, and Justin Callahan trying to do the opposite, just suck it all the way into this start line.
My sense is that left end or the pin end is favored, meaning a little closer to the windward mark. So the boat that gets that end may have a slight advantage off the start.
And it looks right now that Justin Callahan would struggle to lay that pin end.
Yes.
He's so slow, he won't be able to shoot head to wind and gain up. So he's trying to not get locked, and Josh Hyde is trying to kill time, and hopefully lock Justin Callahan. But Callahan doing a really good job of just keeping the boat moving, not doing too much, just really keeping it ticking and able to work up through.
Well, one problem, though, with pushing like that, he has succeeded. The object of pushing is to push your opponent off the other end of the line. He's done a pretty good job, but the problem with that is that he will – oh, he's going to be able to cross him on that tack. Josh did that a couple starts ago. Boy, that's a little error on Justin's part in boat positioning, allowing Hyde to get away. Well, now Justin doesn't have any place to go to build speed. He either has to follow Justin in or just barely make the mark and start with a really low speed. So
Yeah, Josh Hyde at full speed, just able to rip and go across the line, whereas Justin really trying to pinch up round and slipping sideways. As you can see, struggling to get around that mark there. He can't touch it. He's got to stay away from it.
Yeah, and Justin as well, to try and get his bow away, he used really lots of helm. So what that means is the rudder is a brake, or it can be, you know. So you want to try and use as little helm as you can as possible. But in that situation, he had no choice but use 100% of the helm and try and scull the bow of the boat away here. Both boats are now up to speed here, but Hyde with the early advantage.
Well, it looked to me, guys, like they were both fighting, as Andy said, for the favored pin end, and Justin's got it, and he's sailing into pressure early. What do you think, Andy?
yeah, I think it, quite often in this kind of breeze, the left is favored initially. So he may have done okay here, but boy, I would not want to start that slow. I mean, he really was, he was hurting there for a little bit.
Josh Hyde from New Zealand in boat 10, and Justin Callahan in boat 11, headed uphill on the first of 4 legs. They go windward, leeward in their first match of the Petite Final, the Consolation match for 3rd and 4th place. And now entering in the pre-start is the first match of the finals between Cole Tapper of Australia in boat 7, Jeffrey Peterson of the States in boat 8.
So Cole Tapper made a slight little mistake there. He just tried to go low to dial up Jeffrey Peterson so he didn't overrun him. However, he just went a little bit too low that allowed Peterson just to get over the bow and just be able to cross and not avoid the dial up, which is, strike 1 to Peterson there. Very even though.
You can see Peterson here on the committee boat. One thing we were talking about yesterday, Peterson's very good at sailing the boat fast, but he's also very good at sailing the boat slow, making it stop. So what he does is does everything you shouldn't do normally, over trim the sails, use a lot of rudder, and what he's hoping to do is have Tapper be overlapped to windward of him so he's able to have control and force him up.
Of these two, Andy, who have we seen over the last 4 days have the best starts?
I think by slightly Cole. I think Cole Tapper has done a slightly better job than Jeffrey has. But Jeffrey is so confident, and rightfully so, of his speed that it hasn't mattered.
Peterson, the 2-time winner in 2021 and 2023, is the blue flag on the trailing edge. Just to quickly say, the blue flag and the yellow flag on the trailing edge of the mainsails, the leeches, is how the umpires and the race committee signaled those boats, blue or yellow.
So no advantage yet to either boat. Both boats can do whatever they like.
So here the breeze is very, very light. It's gone slightly right up the course, so potentially a bit of that right hand shift offsets a little bit of the bias there. So little bit more of an even start line this time. But yeah, like up the course, Callahan and Hyde have both got right hand shift, so should be more to come. But then the pin end is slightly biased, but probably less so than the other one. So probably see less fighting for that pin end.
Okay, both boats going right past us here with Jeffrey Peterson about a foot behind. Now he's going slightly to leeward, so now or is he? Oh boy, that's as close as you can get. Jeffrey trying to establish an overlap and then start to force Cole up. And he hasn't quite done it. Cole is still doing a great job of maintaining being clear ahead, where he can continue to do that back and forth with the helm. And now he's conceded basically a little bit and is going to, interesting, how much time?
So just over a minute to go. Oh, blue flag on Peterson. So Peterson has picked up a penalty there. When he came into leeward and got the overlap, he must have come in too close and hit Tapper straight away, not giving Tapper any time to avoid as a right of way boat. You must give the other boat a chance to avoid contact. So really good for Tapper there. However, Peterson has done a good job of flipping the script and being able to pin Tapper out on this right-hand side. So although he's got a penalty, Peterson controlling this start, leading towards the biased end of the line.
And as we've seen from these teams, just great low-speed boat handling manoeuvring. Just getting these boats from a dead stop, moving again and up to speed. These two are the best at it.
And Matt, you were absolutely correct. It was Rule 15, acquiring right of way, not giving enough room and opportunity to keep clear.
So Tapper to windward there, tacking out on the start there. He was just behind Peterson there, so didn't want to sit in his dirty wind and get slowed down by that. So getting out of there as soon as he can. So Tapper going right, Peterson going left. The wind is right-hand phase right now, so you'd want to be on starboard tack. However, it looks like there's good pressure on the right-hand side of the course. So Tapper clearly thinking he wants this right for some reason.
And at the top mark around first with the yellow kite is Josh Hyde from New Zealand, leading Justin Callahan, just as you saw off the starting line. And they did, Matt, get into that. I was watching that match. Big righty up there. They were in the upwind left corner of the track. But Justin Hyde leading in the Petite Final.
So big split in this final race here. Peterson still going off on starboard. Tapper's still going off on port. Both boats look quite light, with Peterson just picking up a little bit of pressure in the last 5 seconds. But Tapper going out right. He's chopping into these waves. But he's got the boat going nice and fast out on this right-hand side.
Tommy Spithill, do you like the left or the right with this big split happening?
Look, it's hard to say, but there's so many patches out here. Tapper just went through a lighter spot, and you're able to tell just because the crew, they ended up moving into the floor. And then now they're back on the side, so they've found a little bit more pressure here. The interesting thing is the umpires. There's 2 in each match. You've got a wing umpire and then your main umpire, and what they're watching these guys is seeing if they're breaching Rule 42. So we knew Jeffrey yesterday was sort of asking the question, thinking maybe Cole is pushing the boundaries of that rule. And that's why the umpires have sort of stayed with the boat each and studying them as they go along upwind.
And Rule 42, of course, being the propulsion rule, you can't use too much kinetics, too much body movement. It's restricted in certain ways on helping to pump the sails against the wind, for example.
So midway up this beat, Tom, I can report they're full hike again, so I can just see the knees of Cole's 2 crew there. So they've been so dynamic with their weight, the crew. When there is enough breeze, they're hiking every little bit of inch of their body over the side of the boat to try and counteract the power that they've got in their sails.
Coming into the bottom gate, still the lead, Josh Hyde, just over Justin Callahan. But let's stay on that top march, on the top match. They're headed into the top mark. They're coming close to a cross. Ooh, a big lead to Jeffrey Peterson. He came in from the left. He owes the penalty. He may be able to take the penalty, Tommy. What do you think?
Yeah, it'd be interesting. Picking the right time to take the penalty is crucial. If he feels that he's in good pressure and thinks that now's the chance to get it over and done with, the other option is if he thinks, okay, let's just keep this lead here and I'll try and do it at the end. That's going to be the $1 million question.
Well,
Matt,
we saw earlier in the rounds robin that Jeffrey Peterson and his team of Daniel Kemp and Enzo Mendito did what I would consider a perfect kill of a penalty at the end. I don't know that I've ever seen it done better. And I'm sure that's in the back of his mind. He has absolute confidence in his crew. So as Tommy says, if he gets some puffs here, feels he's far enough ahead, he'll do it on the weather leg. Otherwise, he'll be happy with his downwind speed anyway to do it at the end.
What is involved in killing a penalty and exonerating yourself, Matt?
So you have to do a jibe on an upwind leg and a tack on a downwind leg. So you choose whichever one you want to do. You just need to do it before you're able to finish. So you cannot finish the race before that's done, but you do not have to do it immediately, as in fleet racing. And Jeffrey Peterson with about a 22-second lead around that mark. So really, really, really good upwind leg by those guys there.
In the first match of the finals of the Blue Kite, Jeffrey Peterson coming downhill in boat 8 with a pretty comfortable lead at the moment over Cole Tapper of Australia with that gray stripe in his kite.
Well, I would just point out that one of the commentators suggested that going left, this really is a pretty good thing. I forget who that was.
Was it the famous Andy Rose?
Okay, it was. I was right. Ha ha. That is a big lead. Boy, that's impressive.
So right now, Cole Tapper's just trying to go gas to the pedal, try and gain as much as he can, because right now Jeffrey Peterson would be able to take his penalty and spin whenever he wanted to and easily keep that lead. So, you know, Cole's in just fast forward mode. He's looking around. He's trying to fleet race this boat down to the bottom. And Jeffrey Peterson trying to do the same thing, just make sure he stays in the same part of water as Cole Tapper and doesn't sail into a hole and let Cole catch up that deficit and make it a bit more squiffy.
You're hearing the other horns. That is the third match that's still ongoing here. It just started. It's the Torre Kemp consolation match for 7th and 8th place. They've just gone off the starting line more or less even. We'll keep you updated on that as we watch the blue kite of Jeffrey Peterson coming down to the gate, the end of their second of 4 legs, well ahead. I mean, they must be, what, 12 boat lengths ahead, Tommy?
Yeah, no, it's certainly a sizable lead here, and I think we'll see at the gate here with such a big lead. I don't think Tapper's going to have any choice but to go to the opposite gate. It's such a short track, relatively speaking, here, so they're going to have to really try and get some leverage here and hope that there's that they're able to use that leverage to their advantage. Looking at the other match, funnily enough, it looks like there's quite a big left-hand shift for, we're just watching Marcelo Torre out there, and they're in big pressure. So if he does a left turn at the bottom here, that could be Tapper's way back into the match.
Matty Whitfield, where if you were Jeffrey Peterson with a good, there he goes. I was going to ask you if he would take your penalty now, and Jeffrey has just done his loop, Matt.
Yeah, so Jeffrey, you know, doing his jibe round there, so he exits on starboard, so he's on the same tack now as Cole Tapper, so he's going the same way as his opponent, and he's managed to offset his deficit of the penalty and maintain his lead. He's probably still at least 5 or 6 boat lengths ahead, which, you know, really, really, really good move by him just to get rid of it. So now it's who beats who across the finish line. And it takes away some of the risk of any big holes or big shifts as we've been seeing out here right now.
Yeah, that was really well done. He's, you know, in starting his career, Jeffrey at 16 was sailing, I think, in the U.S. Match Racing Championships, non-age limited. And in San Francisco, he figured out that with a big flood tide, you can kill any penalty downwind pretty easily. And so he wasn't bothered that he would get a penalty at the start. You know, I know he tries to avoid them, but he's had some practice in killing them.
If you're looking at the top of your screen, you can see the yellow kite near the top on the right. That is Josh Hyde, who is leading over Justin Callahan in their Petite Final in the consolation match to determine 3rd and 4th place. And a big lead likewise in that match, Hyde over Callahan. That blue and white kite is something else, isn't it? Or am I mistaken? No, it is. And he's just, the blue and white kite is ahead but well to windward, I think.
Tom, no, it looks like still Hyde's got the, narrowly got the lead here at the moment, but Callahan's bringing down a bit of a left-hand shift, so it is actually quite close now.
Callahan, the blue kite, is lower and faster, just constantly eating up on that lead, just in that new left-hand pressure that you said about 5 minutes ago, Tommy. Just are they above the ley line? So does Callahan have to jibe and cross?
He does, yes. They won't lay it in from there at the moment.
Again, laying be the straight line on the same jibe in this case to the mark. Both of them are above that line, so they will have to jibe again at least once before they finish. And Justin Callahan is what we call in downwind jail, meaning that Josh Hyde is to leeward of him on starboard tack. The only way, once Justin jives on the port, he is the giveaway boat, and that can be a very dicey situation. So it's a tough situation to be in, but boy, he's sailed right up to him.
Yeah, the boats are pretty much overlapped at the moment here, but still Hyde in a strong position here.
Yes.
Yeah, so Hyde just luffing up a little bit there, just coming up, make sure his spinnaker stays powered because he's getting a bit of dirt off Justin Callahan's team. So just coming up just to keep that spinnaker flying And if he stays outside that 2 boat length circle around that yellow pin end, then he has no obligation to give Justin Callahan room. Justin Callahan needs to roll all
I
the
don't
way
think
around
he
the
has.
outside.
I think he's within the circle.
No,
No?
so it's the yellow pin.
Yeah.
So Justin Callahan jibing to go across his bow. Josh Hyde trying to get to him, but really, really good jibe there, keeping the boat going fast.
If there's no penalty, that is a lead change.
Indeed, if there's no penalty. Ooh, a little trouble with the spinnaker there. Don't hit the mark with it.
It's
It's
a
a
green.
green flag.
Green flag. Wow, so Justin Callahan pulling off a last-minute superb move there. But that was pretty much just boat handling and boat speed there and understanding your boat position. To be able to do that when you're in downwind jail is a difficult task, and Justin and his crew did it terrifically.
Amazing.
Yeah. From what I've seen, it looks like Hyde's got a bit of a speed edge on Callahan upwind, but downwind, Callahan seems to really have Hyde's measure there. So that was Hyde had quite a nice lead, and we've seen Callahan just come downwind and eat away that lead of Hyde and make a beautiful passing maneuver right there at the finish.
Yep.
Up in the match of the finals between Peterson and Tapper, Peterson enjoying that large lead still, coming downhill on their final leg to the finish with the blue kite over Tapper, who has the darker kind of we're calling it navy. It looks gray to me, but maybe I'm colorblind. The other match off, which probably is off screen now off to the left, is that Petite Final between Torre and Kemp. And Torre is going to win that match.
Well, they're going to the gate.
Oh, they're going to the gate, so they still have a couple legs to go. Thank you, Andy.
Yep.
And it's, it's not over. You're right. It's a little closer. Well, it is. He's got a pretty good lead,
And remember, he has long since killed his penalty, so
Yeah.
he's fine. Again, looking just very confident, and Jeffrey has always been fast downwind. I think, Tommy, you thought that maybe Cole had a little bit of an edge downwind. I'm not sure that's true.
Yeah, well, look, I think this is all stemmed from the start. I'm just watching. There's a pot of dolphins the back of Tapper's boat, willing him on. But look, I think it all stemmed from the start. Tapper tacked off the committee boat and headed out to the right-hand side of the track, and there was a decent-sized hole he had to go through. So he had all his crew sitting in the middle of the boat. Meanwhile, Jeffrey was out left, pressured up with everyone on the side. So I think this next start, he's got to just try stay in the same stretch of water and hang in there. These big splits, it's really what we call sort of gambling. And if he knows he can match Jeffrey with boat speed, then he's got to stay in that, stay close to him.
Well, you can, Tommy, you can contrast the Petite Final race we just saw with the final race, where Justin Callahan barely made it around the pin end, but went out to the left, and Josh Hyde tacked almost immediately at the boat. So in other words, just as you said, he was staying in the same water with him, and of course Josh led for 3 of the legs. So that seemed to work, and I agree with you. Cole went out here to the right, and it certainly didn't pay off. He hit a couple of holes, and so again, enough shifts to make it interesting.
And I think that's what Cole Tapper's coach, Jordan Reese, his advice is going to be, like, you don't need to reinvent the wheel.
Right.
Your boat, your speed's fine. You've just got to put the boat in the right spot.
Yep. Well, an impressive win by Jeffrey Peterson. That really was an impressive win.
So in the finals, Jeffrey Peterson is up 1-0 over Cole Tapper, and they are in the finals, which is a best of 5, first to win 3, and they'll swap ends, swap colors, and they may swap boats if Cole Tapper asks the principal race officer for that really luxury of swapping boats. But the boats, Andy, have been so even that really has not been an issue.
Yeah, it seldom happens because the boats were purpose-built. The quality control at Westerly Marine, which unfortunately is no longer around, but the quality control was exceptional. So the boats weigh within just a very few pounds of each other, and they've proven over the years. Now this is the 8th year we've used them, and the boats are still just right up there with the top boats used in this anywhere, and certainly the best boats in these kind of conditions.
Andy, yesterday it was it was a privilege yesterday to be in the presence of Mr. Crowell. I couldn't believe that we had a 100-year-old D-Day veteran gracing us with his presence. It was pretty special stuff at the yacht club yesterday, and I know he got quite a warm reception from everyone involved here. Anyone lucky enough to be at the club yesterday.
Yeah, Tommy, thank you for saying that. I couldn't agree more. I've known Jack for a long time, and he's been just the awesome supporter of the Governor's Cup now for a couple decades. And Jack is just amazing. Can you imagine doing two missions as a navigator on a bomber on D-Day? And then he had written in his diary, which his son Spencer read at his 100th birthday party a few weeks ago. Yeah, and that's pretty cool because Friday's my 19th birthday. I mean, it's just amazing what those people did. As I said yesterday and Monday night, Tom Brokaw wrote a book called The Greatest Generation, referring to the generation of Jack Crowell, and I think he was absolutely right. I think it is the greatest generation. And as I said yesterday, he was one of the people that saved democracy for all the countries represented here at the Governor's Cup. So, kudos to Jack. I was honored to see him last night.
Matt, it'll be remiss of me too, sorry Tom, not
ahead,
to
Tom.
mention his meeting his wife as well. She was very lovely,
Kingsley
lovely
is
family.
awesome. Yep, indeed.
So, gentlemen, ladies, Commodores, Matt Whitfield has seen the telltale sign of a boat swap about to happen. Boat 7 no longer has the skipper's name in the window on the lower mainsail. Matt, what's happening?
So after every odd race in the final series, so after the first race and the third race, a crew can ask to swap boats with the other team. If, for example, they might think there's an advantage to a certain boat, or they might think that they just don't like this boat. Just something feels weird, or just a mental game. And Cole Tapper and his team have requested to switch boats with Jeffrey Peterson, so they'll be in the opposite boat. So it will be Cole Tapper will no longer be in boat 7. He will be in the boat that Jeffrey Peterson was in, which was boat 8, and then Peterson will now be in the boat that Cole Tapper was in, which is boat 7.
Coming downwind in the last match now of the consolation round, we've got Daniel Kemp trailing. He is just jibed with the blue kite, just jibed onto port tack. Well ahead of him is Marcello Torre from WA, Western Australia, with a red kite, enjoying, again, to my eye, Tommy, a 6 or 7 boat length lead. We may have lost Tommy for a moment.
Well, I think, Marcello, I'm sure, would have preferred to do a little better in this series, but it's always good to win the last race in his last Governor's Cup, and so he has done that and will end up in 7th place, I believe.
Maybe I'll take this chance to congratulate him and his crew, because Marcello Torre, George Elms, and Vasilis Katsaitis, representing the Royal Freshwater Bay Yacht Club out in Perth in Western Australia. Great group of kids, sailors, and we've enjoyed having them at this Gov Cup. I got a submission from Vasilis Katsaitis for tonight's show.
All right.
For the prize giving, the final press conference and the prize giving. And sailing with Danielle Kemp is Louis Tilley, Lachlan Wallace, and Isabella Holdsworth. And we've really made some good use of Isabella Holdsworth, Andy, from the Royal Prince Alfred Yacht Club, because they have a bit of a different technique on that boat.
They do indeed. She is the tactician, and so she calls the time, but also advises Daniel Kemp on where to go, and did an incredible job doing that. But also she would sit in the pre-starts farthest forward, which I think was kind of a unique and neat thing to do, because she's going to be able to see. You saw in this last start one of the numerous examples of the boats doing that sort of waggle, one leading, the other pushing, and that didn't work out too well for Jeffrey because he didn't give the other boat enough room. But she can see better than the helmsman as to where the bow is. So it seemed to me that wasn't a bad thing to do at all. But very bright, able team, and I think we'll see them. They're all eligible again next year and the year after, so I think we'll be seeing more of them.
And Andy, I've got to say, it does wonders for all the clubs and their programs. They're going to go back home, back to Pittwater, and then tell their mates about how good an event this is, how over the top and hospitable everyone is here, and how great the racing is. And that's going to inspire them to try and earn their spot and one day get to this event. So, you know, it's a big thank you to you and the organisers, because I know, speaking for myself as a past participant, this is sort of the holy grail of youth yachting, to come and compete here.
Well, thank you. That's great to hear. But, you know, I get a little suspicious always with all these kind words. So, Eamon, I think we're going to have to invite Tommy back next year.
I hope so.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why don't I run through while we have a moment, as they're doing that boat swap in the final match. The rest of the Consolation matches are over, and Tom Higgins of Ireland has finished 5th. Morgan Pinckney here of the U.S. of Newport Harbor Yacht Club has finished 6th. Marcello Torre, as we've just seen in his consolation match, finishes 7th, ahead of Daniel Kemp, who finishes 8th, and Robbie McCutcheon finishes 9th. And the Bernal team from Brazil, Nicholas Bernal, is 10th. And then in it was a hotly contested match, although I think Team C won both of those matches. Dylan C over, and as you said, Andy, in the break, the two youngest teams, Dylan is 17 and he finishes 11th, ahead of Sienna Nichols at age 15. Steely-eyed Sienna Nichols and her team from Balboa Yacht Club, Dylan C from Newport Harbor Yacht Club, and Sienna Nichols on 12th.
Yeah, I think we were downstairs during the break, and I was talking to Dr. Rob Bray of Disc Sports and Spine Center, and I said that, you know, if you took the ages of all the sailors, the skippers, and posted them right next to the finish position, the overall position in the event, there would be a great deal of correlation. Wouldn't be exact, but you'd find, again, that the more experience you have, the better you're going to do.
And we should say that Sienna Nichols is sailing with her twin sister, Maddie Nichols, and then Eddie Kleem is in the boat. He's only 16. And then Kai Brennan, who is the adult supervision in that team, is 17. And a terrific team. I interviewed them up at St. Francis Yacht Club earlier this year when they were competing in an event up there, a match racing event. Dylan C is sailing with Dylan Garcia, Cam Spriggs, and Tyler Wood. They're representing, as we said, the Newport Harbor Yacht Club. I'm just going to keep running through the crews because we haven't mentioned them this morning. Yep. Tom Higgins, who has now finished in 5th after being DFL last year, right?
Yep.
He's sailing with Jamie McMahon and Carl Horfelt, they representing the Royal St. George Yacht Club in Ireland. We mentioned Danielle Kemp's crew. We'll get back to Cole Tapper and Jeffrey Peterson, Marcello Torre, just to repeat, George Elms, and Vasilis Katsaitis from the Royal Freshwater Bay Yacht Club. And from Brazil, Nicholas Bernal and Leonardo Didier, Pedro Weigand, representing the Yacht Club Santa Amaro. Nice to have them back, and they sailed better this year.
Yes, I think,
last.
Again, another year of experience in match racing. Makes a difference.
And while we're at it, Josh Hyde, Tom Pilkington, Zach Fong, and Cody Coughlin representing Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron. They are in the Petite Finale. They're down 1-0 to Justin Callahan's team. Robbie McCutcheon, who wins the award for helping the media team with submissions for the various morning shows and so on. Robbie, great to have him back. And Eli Leifting and Ollie Lloyd representing the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron. Terrific teams all around, and we'll be talking some more about Cole Tapper's team and Jeffrey Peterson's team going forward. As we look at Newport Beach behind us, we're just 200 or 300 meters off the beach, and Andy, if I dare say, it's starting to look like, you know what I'm going to say?
Oh, I do, and I'm so sorry.
It's starting to look like the cliche Champagne sailing conditions.
a word that should never be used on any bit of yachting journalism.
If our viewers only knew how many times I tried to slip that into the final press release this week, but Christine Gribben would have caught it, Andy. She edits.
Yep.
She checks it after I edit your verbiage, and you've had help this week from Ethan Snyder. We want to thank him as well because these are long days for everybody, including and especially Andy, who then drafts the press release, in part because he has control and authority problems, but in part because he's so good at it.
Well, that's not really true. I think the three of us have been collaborating since Monday, Tom Eamon and Ethan Snyder and myself, and it's really been fun to collaborate, and also that I don't have to type on that damn little iPad thing, especially with my two slightly shorter fingers here as a result of last year's 12-meter sailing.
What happened to your fingers?
Well, they were dropped overboard. They went through a return block, and it wasn't a good place to put one's hand. We were rounding a mark within like 10 feet of Enterprise, and you can't see anything from the cockpit of 12-meter when it rounds a mark as it's heeled over. And I crouched down to try to see them and put my fingers right in front of the return block for the spinnaker, and Greg Newman let it out and let out my fingers.
If you're just joining us here for the 57th edition of the Governor's Cup, as all of you know that are watching, I'm sure it's the oldest and most prestigious international youth match racing championship in the world. It's been going on since the 60s. Patterned, Andy, after the Congressional Cup, the granddaddy of all of the senior serious match racing championships up in Long Beach at Long Beach Yacht Club. And the history and tradition of both these events is intertwined.
Well, we are honored today to have some key representatives of the Congressional Cup down with us. They came over to the media boat before we went out and looked at Studio A here. And Steve Meyer, I believe, and Lisa Meyer, and I believe Steve have joined us, and we're really pleased to have them. They're on Staff Commodore Paul Blank's boat, which is by far the most fun boat to be on out here. So I hope they're having a good time. This is the two events have been very closely connected, both those of us who were able to win both, but everything from that to 2016 when they were happy to reply in the affirmative to our request that the Congressional Cup come down to Balboa Yacht Club to be with the America's Cup and the Governor's Cup on the same table. And that was a pretty memorable day, Tom Eamon.
Never happened before, and maybe will never happen again.
Yep.
I suspect the Meyers from Long Beach Yacht Club are here because they will be making Christine a presentation at tonight's prize giving.
Yes.
Andy?
The winner of this regatta is invited to the Ficker Cup, which is the regatta. If you get first or sometimes first and second, you go into the Congressional Cup, which is the granddaddy of them all. Non-age limited, a terrific event with the top professional match racers and sailors in the world. Jeffrey has already sailed in it once and did quite well. I'm sure he would love to go back and sail in that. I know that's his goal, to win the Congressional Cup. So that's pretty neat, and it's pretty great that Long Beach Yacht Club does that. But on the other hand, they're recognizing fact, and the fact is, as I think Tommy said, these are as good as any of the, these final races could be races of the World Match Racing Championship final. The sailors are that good. So it's pretty exciting.
We are in a bit of a break here as we have a boat swap, as Matt Whitfield explained a minute ago, as Cole Tapper has the right after match one, if he wants, or does Jeffrey Peterson, to swap yachts. And whether it's for psychology or maybe there really is something wrong with the boat, highly unlikely. That's really never been the case here in these superbly matched yachts. And they're getting sorted out, and we expect to see the second match of the finals getting started here momentarily between Jeffrey Peterson and Cole Tapper. Peterson leading that series, the final series, 1-0. Back on Long Beach Yacht Club just for a sec, I think the Meyers, Team Meyers we might call them, husband and wife, isn't Lisa Meyers? Oh, they're two different Meyers, spelled differently. Is Lisa Meyers not the Commodore or the Vice? She is the Vice Commodore, because I know up at St. Francis Yacht Club with the Stag Cruise invitations, we're thinking about Commodores,
Right.
male and female. So Lisa Myers, welcome to you as the Vice Commodore of the Long Beach Yacht Club. They're over there on Paul Blank's. I don't quite think they have a martini in hand, but I know Paul does make martinis available over there on his VIP booth.
They're available.
Tommy Spithill, we have Foxtrot. We have the 7-minute signal for this next match in the finals. Looking up the track. Tomas, what do you like?
I like the bottom right at the moment. There's the gaps in the got nice blue. So I think this is going to mean closer racing and, yeah, a little bit more of a steadier track. And again, being able to see these crews push the boat upwind, you know. So the boat kinetics will be important as ever. I've just seen Peterson. Looks like they've been doing a little bit of a repair on his boat, whether they're running a new sheet or a new line. And then Tapper, he's been doing plenty of warm-up circles. So everyone's fired up, that's for sure.
You may have noticed, too, that another innovation from Gulf Cup TV and our executive producer and director, Chris Bretschker, we have a camera on a spare umpire boat, because now that we're down to the finals, we only need a umpire boat and a wing boat for the finals, and likewise for the Petite Final. That's 4 of what, Christine? Do we have 12 umpire boats normally? 10, 11, 12? 14 umpires in 7 boats. So we've got now some spare umpire boats, and Chris Bretschker, with the permission and indeed the enthusiastic support of the umpires, we have Dylan Bartell on one of the umpire boats with a camera, bringing us a second vantage point from on the water. And thanks to the umpires for that, led by Damien Bolderoo from Australia. They've done a terrific job this week. As we're coming in now, Maddie, to the 5-minute signal.
Yeah, so Justin Callahan, the yellow entry in the red pinnies, and Josh Hyde in the port entry with the white pinnies on. So they've got a minute, just under a minute till their entry now. So right now we've got Callahan 1-0 up. So if he wins, he comes third in the regatta. If not, it goes to a third race, subject to any damage.
Well, if Justin can pull that off, he will have done a pretty neat thing, starting his week with a 1-5 record on day 1. I knew he was going to come back, but this would be a great comeback. I know he probably wished he could, not probably, he wishes he could be in the final. But if he can end up third here, that'll be a good run, especially because he hasn't match raced much in the last year.
Well, you know, we don't get too excited. We don't sound like the Sail GP commentators. But that was an amazing comeback in that first match of the Petite Finale by Justin and co.
It was. Coming from downwind jail to making that great maneuver at the finish was awesome.
So with 4 minutes to go in the Petite Final race, they enter Justin Callahan yellow coming into the dial up here. He's going to try and pin Josh Hyde to his left and hold starboard advantage. So Justin Callahan there making sure that there's a bit of an offset in speed, so he's able to tack out and go away with speed, and he can potentially come back at Josh Hyde, who's struggling to accelerate here, and be able to redial him up again.
Yeah, that was a good move. He literally stopped the other boat while he maintained some speed and then immediately accelerated away. So now he can come out, he'll probably tack here. He can come at Justin on starboard tack here. No, you're just going to luff. So no advantage to either boat yet. They're coming towards us.
So with 2:45 to go, they're already 15 to 20 seconds away from the committee boat. So that means they're probably going to have to do a lot more circles and a lot more rotations and playing out in this, compared to if they have a longer dial up. Often they only have one little final in, whereas Justin Callahan going for a circle round and Josh Hyde extending out.
We're going to push them now. 3, 2, 1, here. crosswind here, guys.
Okay, you can hear some talk from the boats. We have cameras, or we have microphones on these boats.
Alright.
So with over 2 minutes to go, the boats are very close to the line. A lot of time here to kill. Josh Hyde trying to bring into the start line and get time, when Justin Callahan trying to sail away from the start line and slowly, just to try and eat up all that time.
Hit 2. 1 jump, hit 2. 1, trace there.
Great job by Justin there, staying clear ahead, so he has no obligation as to the other boat when he's clear ahead. But again, within about a foot of each other, so it's really critical steering and boat handling on these. So right now, Justin with an interesting position here. If he can keep them luffing for quite a while, what his objective would be is to put Josh Hyde right up against the committee boat with no way to start with any speed.
Protest! Protest!
Yep, so there's a protest on Justin's part, saying that Josh Hyde did not attack too close, but they've green flagged it. I think that was a good call.
So Justin Callahan believing that he had to avoid Josh Hyde to windward, he believes he didn't do enough. Josh Hyde probably agrees with the umpires that he did enough, he kept clear and he didn't have to do anything. And with that double tack away, that lateral separation is really, really good for Josh Hyde, because it gives him the ability to get a decent start by himself, or later on he can dive in and try and win that pin from Justin Callahan.
Yeah, but I don't think he's going to do that. I think this may work out for Justin's favor here, but he has to be very careful. He needs to slow the boat down, because otherwise he'd be over the line, but he can't slow it down too much, or just as you say, Josh will get in there.
So 35 seconds to go,
boy,
and then
still
not
way
far
early.
from the pin end. A lot of time for Justin Callahan to burn here. So Josh Hyde swinging up inside. He thinks he's not going to get around and inside the ley line here. Justin Callahan thinking he's able to go up and pin Hyde. Josh Hyde needs to stay clear, and probably going to have to peel off onto a split tack start.
More breeze.
2, 1, down.
Oh boy.
2, 1, big press, big press. Hard main.
That was awfully close when Josh tacked onto port there, boy. Okay, pretty even start though, and no penalties on either team. So even and split start, which is very typical with really good match racers. As I said yesterday, it's very hard to get a real slam dunk start, because everybody knows the moves.
Let's go to Tom Spithill for a bit of analysis on that very interesting start.
Yeah, plenty of action in that pre-start there, and again, just that last 15 seconds of the pre-start, so critical. Just executing those last few tacks and maneuvers and speed builds can really makes the difference. Hyde got off the committee boat okay. He's just tacked in front of me. Like you said, Tom, there's a bit more breeze. There's not as many holes or any patches in this. I like where Hyde is right now.
Coming up now on the 4-minute signal for this other match between Peterson and Tapper. I say the other match, it's the big enchilada. It's the final. Jeffrey Peterson up 1-0.
So Peterson the yellow entry this time, Tapper the blue entry, so the roles are reversed in terms of every single start they switch. So Peterson is now the yellow entry to windward in the dial-up.
Peterson now in boat 7 and Tapper in boat 8. Peterson yellow, Tapper blue.
So 3:25 to go. Tapper just trying to break this dial up at some point. If he can get a penalty on the other boat, but mostly he just wants to try and break this dial up and get into the playground and come play.
And
as he backs the sail left to reverse it out.
Andy Rose's favorite maneuver in match racing, the dial up, and as Commodore Harry Anderson long ago, the late great Harry Anderson at New York Yacht Club said retrograde motion when they're
Yep, the boats are in retrograde motion.
backing down.
Of course, we could get detailed and say when they're backing down, they remain on the same tack that they were on, even if they put their main over to try to back down more quickly. But that was not a concern here. Both boats obviously staying away from each other. No boat with an advantage yet. Some of the older boats that used to sail, you really could get a little better control at times with the boats that are a little slower to maneuver. But these boats, you got to be really close. But that's why the last, few seconds of one of these starts is so important, because at that point, if you position yourself correctly, you can, in fact, pin someone out and prevent them from starting, as we saw a couple of those yesterday.
So with 2 minutes 10 to go, the boat's circling around just 10-15 seconds away from the committee boat. Both boats trying to seek an advantage to set themselves up for this final run back in. So a lot of time to kill here, circling around. They both want to be on the tail of the other one, so as they get the choice, do they want to lead or follow?
This is where, you know, one of the key things in match race starting is time and distance. If you are better at estimating the amount of time it will take for you to get from point A to point B, being the starting line, then you know, you're going to be better at this. So each boat is working right now on their time and distance. How far are we to go? What's the likelihood of us luffing before that? Putting all that into the human brain computer and seeing what happens.
And just a little update on the pitch here. The Hyde, Josh Hyde has just done a horizon job here on Callahan. Callahan's probably overlaid. He just did only one tack-up win. So the early right could be really strong here. And interesting enough, even though these guys have been doing all these manoeuvres, they've been watching the other match to see if they can get any info from where they've actually gone on the track.
Okay, let's just hang on. We'll stay silent here and listen to these boats.
55, yeah, turning up. 2, 1, press. Coming up, all the way up.
You can hear Cole Tapper say 2-1 press, meaning get back out on the rail. Let's try to make the boat go fast. Peterson trying to maintain this position.
So Cole tight to leeward here. He's trying to sail high and pinch Peterson off, trying to get slow and high. Peterson is dictated by Tapper right now. Really good job so far.
Peterson tacking away.
So Tapper gets Peterson slow. Peterson has to tack away, and Tapper's going to accelerate to the pin.
Just trim. We can't get there.
You heard Cole say we can't get there, so slight advantage to Cole on that, but both boats with clear wind. Not much talk from Jeffrey's boat. Again, I think that's just an experienced crew with him, and they don't have to talk much. They just do.
Two very experienced, expert crew. There's no shouting, screaming on board or at each other. This is just marvelous to watch, and in our beloved sport to see not just 2 teams but 12 teams operating, Andy, at this level is just, it gives one great faith in the future of our sport, if not humanity.
It does indeed. No, I agree. These are pros, except for one thing, they don't get paid.
So Tommy, it looks like they're sailing slightly different modes here. Looks like Tapper's trying to sail with a little bit of a flatter boat compared to Peterson. Do you think that's making any difference to their speed going out here?
Yeah, Peterson's just hooked a little bit of a a little bit of a lift, and Tapper hasn't got it. So at the moment, Peterson's higher and more pressure. So maybe it might have just not been wind shift, but actually the wind speed. So he's done a little bit of damage here in the last 15 seconds. Off the line, it looked like Tapper was going forward, and now Jeffrey's turned up inside, and you are correct, he's got a bit more heel. The boats are now in the same pressure here, but if Tapper was to tack, Peterson has a piece.
We're going to follow the Peterson Tapper match, but coming into the gate with the yellow kite is Hyde, Team Hyde on boat 10, and they have a big lead, as Tommy Spithill said a couple minutes ago, over Justin Callahan with the aqua kite. That'll even that. If this finishes this way after 2 more legs, that will even that Petite Final up at 1-1 in first to win 2.
You're hearing a great audio off the one of the final races here between Peterson and Tapper. Very quiet, very professional. A few words here and there, and then you'll hear a 3-2-1 tack.
Okay, so at the moment, both boats are sort of sailing high and slow. Every now and again, Tapper's trying to force Peterson here, and now they've both watched them tack, and they are on the ley line.
So that would be the line, the closest they can stay on that tack and still round correctly the mark to starboard. So they're on the final ley line, basically, going up to the weather mark.
The interesting thing here will be Tapper's almost slightly bow forward. If he's able to accelerate over the top of Peterson, this could be a lead change.
Yeah, if he can do that, he will get farther forward and then above Peterson, thereby disturbing the air of Peterson. And you will see if he gets there, you will see Peterson drop back probably as much as a couple boat lengths. But I'm not sure he can do that. It's a little hard for us to see, Tommy. With the gauge, we can't really tell where bow out is.
No, I'm in the perfect spot, actually. It's Jeffrey's squeezing up to him slightly. It literally is neck and neck at the moment. Jeffrey's still poked bow forward. He's actually luffing him at the moment. Both of them are inside their jibs. And then what you'll see happen here, Jeffrey's going to try and get Tapper as slow as he can and then bear away at the right time.
Well, or as you recall last year, maybe they'll just sail off to Long Beach a little bit and then see if Cole remembers to go on the right side of the mark coming downwind.
That's correct.
So Peterson here to leeward is the right-of-way boat. So although he might want to, the race course might be in a different part, he can do whatever he wants whenever he wants.
You can
He's
see
the right-of-way boat.
You can see they've sailed well above that red mark that you see in the center of your screen. And here goes Peterson bearing away and going to get their shoot up. And his crew work has been, again, that was a flawless set.
Yeah, agree, 100%, Andy. That was doesn't get much better than that.
Yep. I mean, Cole's was very good, but Peterson's was just perfect.
So there's a different technique there used by each boat. So Peterson went for early spinnaker and no spinnaker pole on for that hoist, and then Tapper went to put the spinnaker pole on and then go for hoisting the kite, which Peterson just seemed to be able to get his kite full without that pole and just able to eke out a precious couple of feet there.
Yep. But needless to say, not surprisingly, a very close race.
Yeah, just the disturbance you can see in the kites now, just from all the boats going up and down wind. So the breeze is up, but the kites are struggling to fill, so they're both having to go a little bit higher just to keep these boats ripping through that chop.
It's a nice breeze, though, now. This is the best we've seen all week, isn't it, Tom?
Well, we had a bit of pressure a couple days ago and late in the afternoon, right? We
Yeah.
got up to maybe 10, 11. I don't think we have quite that much now.
Yeah, that's true. It did, but yeah, we don't have quite that much. But
certainly the best today.
Yep.
And I won't call it your favorite champagne conditions, but it has turned into a sparkling afternoon out here in the Pacific Ocean.
Well, maybe it's Prosecco conditions.
Prosecco conditions.
Not quite champagne.
Cava conditions. That's alliteration.
Yep.
So as they're going down here, big right-hand shift. You see their poles are going forwards and they're coming down and down. So not the long jibe is this port jibe here that they come down on. So Tapper, as he jibes on top in the Simo jibe, isn't going to have a lot of runway to get over the top here. So he wants to make this move happen as quickly as possible.
Jeffrey is quick downhill.
Yep. It just seems to me that Jeffrey's coming out of the jibes just ever so slightly better. Oh, he may be in.
So it looks like Peterson's getting a bit of disturbed air on his spinnaker from Tapper here. He's coming up quite aggressively to keep that blue kite flying.
Yeah, it's great to see. We saw such a impressive match, that last match of the second round robin between these two, and saw some of the best downwind sailing, in the Gov Cup in a long time. So this is just textbook stuff we're seeing here.
It sure is. Okay, signal the change of course. Okay, another Simo jibe. But they're still, I think, a little bit above the ley line to the, I think they're going to have at least one more jibe in him here. But boy, Jeffrey doing a nice job here of keeping his air clear.
Race committee signaling a change to the yellow mark. The breeze going right a touch as the team's coming into the gate at the end of leg 2. Jeffrey Peterson with just a boat length or so lead over Cole Tapper. Code flag C in the yellow flag. Go now, gentlemen, to the yellow mark.
It's a slightly early drop there by Peterson, just getting a little bit slow and splitting off to the opposite gate to Tapper. So, like, really good boat handling, but doing it just a slight bit early. Tapper holding it up and still getting a slick turn, maybe gained back half a boat length there.
Yeah, that's correct, Matt. And what Tapper was able to do there, he actually gave him bad air, so he lost the spinnaker pole, and then the chute collapsed from Tapper being on top of him there. So I'd say Tapper went around his respective gate with a bit more boat speed than Peterson.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. You saw Peterson's.
And coming into the shot there is the yellow kite of Josh Hyde from New Zealand. He will even this Petite Final up at 1-1. Justin Callahan coming in behind him in the aqua kite. And we'll look forward to their third and final match. If you're a bridge player, the rubber match of that Petite Final. But meanwhile, back up at the final match, up the track, very close.
So Tapper on the top of your screen is tacked over onto port to match Jeffrey Peterson. So Peterson rounded that left-hand turn gate and just continued trucking out to this right-hand side. Andy, do you think by now the right-hand track is going to come in and generally airing on the right is going to be better than the left?
I think maybe. It's still quite a bit of south in this. So, yeah, I think maybe that will be true, but we shall see. As Jeffrey tacks, trying to help the audience with whether it worked or not. Quite a split.
So Peterson really believing he had the option to go out left with Tapper, but he decided right. He thinks there's gains on the right. We'll find out soon whether he was right or wrong.
I
Nice
can
shot.
confirm Peterson's on the ley line, on the starboard tack ley line, so he is pointing at the top mark. Looking bow on bow here, this is still going to be very, very close.
Yep.
So Tapper looks a little bit light right now, Tommy. It looks like Peterson's just got the boat rocking on starboard and Tapper just a little bit more, little bit flat, a little bit lighter breeze, just a little hole. That's all the difference here.
Just as you said that, Peterson did get a little bit of a knock, but he's starting to dial him down here, so Peterson's bearing away. No, he won't be able to get him here, so Tapper crossed by about half a boat length.
So there we have a lead change. Peterson is, with that little light patch and header, he's a little bit under the ley line as Tapper extends out to where that yellow mark is. He's going a bit further out right just to try and have that starboard advantage coming in at the top.
Yeah, so it changed quite a bit. Before I called that Peterson was on the ley line, and then you sort of gave him the kiss of death there, Matt, when just as you said he was looking good, he got a 10-degree knock. So instead of pointing close to the mark, it made him point further away from the mark.
We're going to the yellow mark this time, although you could see the orange one there a minute ago.
The breeze has gone right, Andy.
It has.
We're going to ask you again, how much further?
Not much.
This is it?
Where are we? Do we know what wind direction we're looking at here?
Ethan, can you get a look at our compass and just give us an idea?
Yeah, so the wind's about 210, 215 right now, so you know that's a lot further right than we've been seeing, kind of in the 190s for most of the day when it's been right phase so far.
Yeah, we might get a bit more right here.
It's almost like it's what Bobby Steele said on his weather forecast. It's going to
Exactly.
be about 214 at 2 o'clock.
Yep.
And
Well,
it's 159 and 214, you know?
An excellent weather leg by Cole Tapper, certainly aided by his better rounding of the gate, but also going to that side worked pretty well.
But Andy, like you say, if you were going downwind, you wouldn't want Jeffrey Peterson two boat
In
lengths
that
up your
position.
chuff.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is only one boat length, not two, so
Is it? Yeah.
this is very close.
You can be assured that the crews on both boats are paying close attention here.
Yeah, both crews did great spinnaker hoists there. For
Yep.
Tapper, they had to do it as we go into a jibe here. We're going to see a similar thing to last downwind here. These boats, and this is where Tapper last time was sort of able to hold deep and block the roll, but
Yeah, Peterson looks like he's disturbing Tapper's kite. Peterson's going over the top a little bit now. Tapper's kite's still flying, but it's a little bit squirrely, struggling. He's
There we
losing
go.
a
There's
little bit.
Great view, great switch there, guys. That's great. So you now can see what. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that. Look at Tapper's kite.
It's a really
So
good job.
We have now had another lead change.
Really
What a
good job by
shocker, huh,
Peterson
Tom?
moving forward.
Shocker.
Shocker. God, this is great match racing, folks. I hope you're enjoying this as we are.
You can see Peterson's bowman there is actually trapezing off the mast. Both crews are really moving their body weight along. So instead of Jeffrey bearing the boat away by using the rudder to steer, they're using the crew's windward weight to not only pump the boat, but also steer it away.
So although Peterson's rolled and he's got the lead now, Tapper is going to be able to attack him, and he's going to hope to try and do what Peterson did to him back on the other jibe, because they are not laying the finish mark. They're going to have to jibe and come back in on port, and we'll expect to see Simo jibes and Peterson try and punch through, and Tapper try and roll back over and do what Peterson did to him.
Okay, here go the jibes, and that actually was initiated by Tapper. Again, Cole Tapper will be trying to make this leg as long as possible, so the more they can reach up, the better. But now the position's a little bit reversed, so Jeffrey Peterson, you can see him coming up here, trying to avoid Tapper doing just what he did to Tapper a few moments ago.
And really smart move by Peterson to jibe when he did, because he is going to, because they are not laying through the finish line here. So even if Tapper does complete the roll,
here's a big luff.
he can come back and roll the other way.
Jeffrey's gone to weather of him.
No, Tapper.
No, still to leeward.
So Tapper rolling over the top here.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have another lead change
Tapper
here.
with the hull speed there goes for the jibe. Does he complete that jibe before? He must complete that jibe before Peterson needs to do anything.
Blue penalty.
So
Tacking or jibing too close is the call. And Tapper is penalized, has to erase the penalty.
it looks like a double penalty on the umpire boat there, so that means Tapper has got to do one of his penalties immediately. So he's got to drop the kite, do a spin, and then get back up. And Peterson should just sail through the line cleanly there to win.
Yeah, that was an error. I mean, without question. Cole tried to cut that too close and gained that penalty. And of course, that is the end of this race. Peterson just easily sailing through.
And Matt, the reason for the double penalty is because.
So he initiated contact. He did a professional foul, and he gained an advantage because he did that. So he got penalty for touching and a penalty for jibing too close. So the umpires said that was a really professional foul. You're going to have to get a double for that. So
Yep.
So really good job there by Peterson just to hold him out. But your Tapper, when he had that hull speed over Peterson when he was rolling, if he'd held for another 2 seconds, maybe he would have been able to have enough separation. You know, maybe just a little bit keen to get over because he'd seen what Peterson had done the last time. He'd rolled over the top.
But with the boats either overlapped or almost overlapped, dangerous thing to do to jibe in that position.
Yeah, he may, if he just had held for another half a boat length,
Yeah.
what do you think, Tommy? Was there a chance for him to get across if he held on a bit longer?
What's your timing, Storm?
Did we lose Tommy? I guess we lost Tommy Spithill for the moment, but man, oh man, what great match racing. And our technical director, David George, switching between his 4 cameras, did a fantastic job of showing us that match.
Indeed.
In the final stages especially. We're going to send him to the America's Cup and Sail GP to help them tell the story.
Well, here
Visually.
again, the Gov Cup lore is that you don't want to be a boat length or 2 ahead of Jeffrey Peterson at the weather mark, and it was proven true again. But great job by both boats. But that was an error at the end by Cole. Just got a little anxious. There was still quite a bit of race course to do.
He almost got across. And
Yep.
of course, we're not in perfect position. The umpires are. And it could have gone because he's jibing onto starboard, which gives him right of way. The key is that he can't jibe. And if he has to jibe, if he does jibe, he has to complete the jibe, get his mainsail over, get on the new direction the course heading before the other boat has to alter course to keep clear.
Has to begin to alter course.
To begin to alter
yeah.
course to keep clear. I wonder if Tommy Spithill's back.
Tom, have you got me back?
Yeah, we're got you.
You're back.
Yeah, so Tom, that incident, we're actually in a pretty good spot to see it. Initially, there was a luff, and there may have been contact, I'm not sure, but the umpires first penalised Tapper for that. But before that decision got made, Tapper thought that there was an opportunity that he could jibe, and he took it, and there wasn't enough room to jibe. So then came the second penalty. But, you know, look, I think... Andy, to counteract your argument there, I think it was the right thing to do to try and throw that jibe in there, because the alternate is, if he didn't, Jeffrey's going to take him out to the other side of downwind jail, you know, and probably lead back to the committee boat. So it's like those ones you see at the end where the boat just rolls them at the pin, and if you think you might be able to jibe, you're best to try and do it.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure I totally agree with you. I think it's a risk-reward thing, because again, especially when you go out on a fairly tight reach like that, a jibe back, I mean, the other boat is unlikely to, but may make a big mistake, and at least there you're still in the race. Here, risking that was a high risk, relatively low reward. I think carrying on a little longer would actually be a much lower risk. With perhaps a little less reward, but still possible. I mean, they had at least one jibe to go to the finish, and maybe two after that.
Except that if Tommy is saying that it was a windward lure, that there was a luff,
Right.
and that was the initial penalty. Now, by jibing, he's trying to get a penalty back on Jeffrey, a port starboard penalty. So that may have been his instantaneous almost thinking. So very clever boat handling, very difficult tactical situation on the parts faced by both teams. But regardless, we've now got Jeffrey Peterson, last year's winner, leading over Cole Tappert 2-0. And, you know, it's like last year's match. It went 3-0 to Jeffrey, the finals. But that was such a close, tight match that the 3-0 on paper was nothing like what we saw out here on the water.
Absolutely.
The other match, the Callahan Hyde Petite Final, is tied at 1-1. They have one more to go. That's first to win two. And Peterson is now on match point. He can win one and take home the 57th Governor's Cup and become the first, Andy, three-time winner.
Yep.
Who's won it two times? Anybody we know?
Oh, I don't know. A few of us. There are 13 of us who have won it twice. But this would be the first three-time winner, and I think it would be quite an achievement for Jeffrey Peterson, who started dreaming about the Governor's Cup when he was 5 or 6 years old.
There's also a small list of bowmans that have won the event twice as well.
Any bowmen we know out here on the water who've won it twice, Tommy?
Yeah, well, see, I crossed the line first before those other two guys behind me that I was helping basically carry them around the track.
Very good. Well, we have actually a three-time winner as a sail trimmer with us here on Adios today, Staff Commodore Tom Purcell, and my friend of many decades and boat partner in our 50-footer, along with the bosun, Greg Newman, and Danny Thompson from Newport Harbor Yacht Club. And Tom had a pretty good run in the Gov Cup as a sail trimmer, and in the Congressional Cup.
Let's do a little thanking to all the people. Christine, you've got some 150 people on the total Gov Cup team, but helping us particularly with the media besides everybody here on the media boat and on shore for the morning shows and the press conferences and so on. But I want to make special mention of our photographers who are out here again today. Mary Longpre and Tom Walker in particular. We've been using their photos for the most part. They take quite different, Andy, as you said, quite different photos. Mary's tend to be very up close and personal, the faces. Tom's are very artsy and the boats and the water, and we're grateful to both of them, as we also are to Bronnie Daniels for her work. She's been out here every day taking photos as well. And we appreciate very much those three, plus Bruce. Is Bruce out here? Bruce Crary out here, do you know, Christine? Bruce is a Newport Harbor yacht club member, helped us during the Hall of Fame last year, Andy, when we hosted the
Yep.
Hall of Fame, co-hosted between the two clubs. And we appreciate those four for their images and videos, of which we make extensive use.
Yeah, as I've said, I generally design the programs and the brochures for that matter, but the programs which we pass out Monday evening, and those pictures create the programs. It is so easy to work with those pictures because they just make the page.
And Bronny took all those headshots, sent them over to you.
Yep.
And a couple hours later, the programs were on the tabletops at the Monday night
Yeah, it's pretty
Meet the
neat.
Teams.
With the team's pictures already in them, they're there, and we've been doing that for a few years, and it's as long as, especially when my printer doesn't have any screw-ups, but that's a nice tradition too. I did forget to tell the sailors this year, as I always do, to keep the programs, give them to your mother or father, because someday you'll want to go back and look at this.
Exactly right. We're now about to get into the rubber match, the third and final, because they're tied 1-1. That is for the Petite Finale. Boat 10 is Hyde. Boat 11 is Callahan, and they will be entering, Matt, in a few moments for their pre-start.
Yeah, Josh Hyde with the yellow flag out, starboard entry, and Justin Callahan the blue flag. He's the port entry this time, so they switched again. So whoever wins this. So 1-1. They've both had races which they've managed to win. Josh Hyde won by a long way in that last race, and then just got pipped on the finish line by Callahan in that first race. So overall, I think Josh Hyde would be more confident going into this that he's won 1.5 races in his head, because he could have won that other one, whereas Callahan can't claim to have a sniff of winning that other race.
Pipped
Pipped at the post.
Pipped at the post. We must have a Brit on the boat.
Well, I know this will surprise everyone, but the boats are in a dial-up.
But, you know, we make fun of it because we've been seeing it for, well, you're in my case, for 50-plus years, the dial-up from the 12-meter era. But it's a very difficult thing to do, to come into the dial-up and maintain the boat and maneuver the boat when there's no water flowing over the keel and the rudder.
Yeah, it is, but it's interesting because back when we originally started doing this, the Governor's Cup, the Congressional Cups, and even the America's Cups then, the rules were slightly different. So what you saw, instead of a dial-up, you saw this mad circling of the two boats.
Yeah.
One of them trying to get on the other stern and thereby gaining control. So at least there was action all the time. Here it's a little different, but you know, it ends up the same place. One boat's end up out of the circles with an advantage.
Indeed, heading over toward us in what the match race sailors, thanks to Dave Perry, call the playground. Matt, what is the playground?
So the playground's the area between the two ley lines, kind of above the port ley line, that they can go around. They can circle in to try and get an advantage for that final approach back. So with 2:10 to go, you know, they're 10 seconds from the line, so they need to get a bit further away so as they don't let the other boat hook them and screw them off the line. So they're going to try and create an advantage for that approach back in. Do they want to lead into the pin? Do they want to start at the starboard end? Do they want to lead to the starboard end and kill from there? How do they want to work the situation?
Okay, they're going to be using us as a pick boat here. They'll go along. They won't round us. Boy, that's a dicey position to be in. He finished his tack. Hyde avoided him, but I think Hyde started avoiding him before he had to, frankly.
2, 1, press.
So Callahan go around the back, Hyde go around the front.
Let's listen to the boats here.
Press.
Okay, well that's a little
Pushing
broken.
hard here, guys. Racing to the line.
It's good. It's
Let them get slow. By the right.
Yeah.
We're really fucking fast here. Weight down a little bit. Set up.
So less than a minute to go. They're right below the committee boat here, maybe 15 seconds sailing to the line here. So Josh Hyde trying to kill as much time as possible, trying to get the boat slow and fishtailing. Justin Callahan trying to come in and dial up to windward and stay with the option to accelerate down the line.
He's attacking boat. He's attacking boat. He's attacking boat. Protest. He's attacking boat. He never came down.
Callahan is saying that Callahan went through the eye of the wind, which means he was tacking. And is the Burton boat at that point? The umpire is saying no, he wasn't. That was good stuff on our audio there. Thank you. That was great.
Split tack start here. Tommy, which side of the track do you like?
Yeah, I'm still liking the right.
Matt agrees. Andy?
Yeah, I think so.
Just
Okay.
off that line, you saw Callahan when he tacked over on starboard really got a nice bit of right-hand pressure. And he's about 10 degrees lifted on Josh Hyde right now. So he's really looking good off that line there. So he's gaining higher and faster here.
The only thing I would say, it's different that Hyde had all his crew on the side of the boat and Callahan's the only one sitting on the side of the boat. But now they've both sort of hit a bit of bad bump here. Oh, you can see Callahan, the forestay, it's the front of the rigging holding up the mast, just completely went slack as they bounced over a nasty bit of chop.
I could almost feel that one from here, Tommy.
Yeah, but looking back at Tapper, I think he's done a little bit of a reset here. I saw him put his head underwater and douse his head in there and sort of wake himself up and just shake it off. You know, and that was what we were talking about, that maturity. And as Tapper's about to hit that horrible wave Callahan had, he's entering here quite slow. But Tapper, hopefully he's done a bit of a reset here and just going into this, you know, it's just another race. Win this race, win the next race. Then after that, repeat it again.
We're back on the Tapper-Peterson match. A win for Peterson gives him the 57th Gulf Cup. Tapper in boat 8, Peterson in boat 7.
The other pair, just to report, they're doing at least initially a classic match race thing of covering the other boat tacking away, and they'll come at each other again here.
So Peterson and Tapper in the dial-up here. Both boats have ended up on port tack here, so now Peterson is actually the giveaway boat, unlike in most dial-ups where they're on starboard tack.
So the interesting thing here, once Peterson and Tapper get underway, upwind, I thought in both upwind legs, Tapper took time out of Peterson. Obviously, there was a lead change, but downwind it seems that Peterson sort of got the edge, particularly in those jibes, as Andy pointed out. He's just starting to come out of them a little bit
You know what it was?
more pressed.
Okay.
Yeah, so there in that dial-up, Tapper flew a Yankee flag when Peterson was to windward when they were both on port. And the umpires agree that Peterson broke a rule there and gave him a blue flag, so that's early advantage Tapper. So Peterson got a penalty for being the windward boat in the dial-up because they were both on port tack, so he was therefore windward. And so early advantage Tapper in a must-win race for him.
And don't forget what happened in the first race. There was a similar pre-start penalty to Peterson that he managed to get way out ahead in the race, right?
Yep. I mean, Peterson's, like you say, he's been in this situation before. He's not going to be fazed by that. But, you know, early advantage, you don't want to have to win with a penalty.
Yeah, even though Peterson's very good at, as I said, of getting rid of penalties, you certainly don't want it. Okay, right above us now, you can see both boats luffing. Stop. They need to be sure that they can get around the bow of this boat if they stop their boats too much.
We jump right up. 2, 1, press.
That's Peterson coming.
Trim. 130.
Coming right down the side of this boat to avoid giving Tapper any chance to get into leeward of
2,
it.
1, wait up.
On the right.
Yep. That point. No. Easy, coming right. 115. Turning up. 110. 105. 105.
Oh boy.
Turning up. Big way down. All the way up. 2, 1.
The oohs and ahs and ohs were how close Peterson's bow was to Tapper's stern. Peterson had hit Tapper in the stern. That would have been a penalty to Peterson. Clear astern, must keep clear ahead.
Both boats still quite early here. 34 seconds. Both boats about 7 or 8 seconds away from the line.
You expect to see a split tack start here with Peterson going to the right-hand side, which it looks like the breeze is dropping off up the course. You see the spinnakers being set at the top of the course, not in a lot of pressure, so going to be a lot of changes, big holes in this course. So maybe Peterson can get enough if he thinks this right-hand side pays.
Okay, so this will be a Peterson. 5 seconds to go. Peterson's going to have to tack the cross. Oh my goodness.
So that's a blue flag displayed on the committee boat. Jeffrey Peterson and his team were just a second or two early to cross that line, so they got to re-clear it. Advantage Tapper.
Now that pretty much was an unforced error because Tapper wasn't close enough to the committee boat to prevent Jeffrey from going through, and Jeffrey just did the timing just a second or two wrong there.
And
But
as soon as
big lead for Tapper now.
As soon as Tapper saw Peterson was over and he was going back, he tacked over onto port tack so he's able to get to the right-hand side to have the starboard advantage control, which he wasn't going to have otherwise. So he really made sure that he went, Peterson's doing this, I'm going to really make sure I place my boat in a position where I want to be. But he's eating some waves now, so Peterson coming back in a little bit.
That was a really good point, Matt. And not only that, so the premature start, OCS as the umpires now call it, on course side at the starting signal, Peterson dipping back. And remember, not only is he off the line a few boat lengths behind Tapper, but he is also owing a penalty. But man, look at this Petite Final match coming down. It is tight. The yellow kite of Hyde, they had the lead at the top mark, but we may, Matt, see a lead change here.
Yeah, Callahan just trying to project his dirty wind onto the kite as Josh Hyde's kite is just starting to flap a little bit. You know, Callahan should start to get a bit of a speed delta, but remember, you know, Callahan is in the vulnerable position here. He really needs to make the roll, but we saw him do it in the first match. Can he do it again?
Yeah, this is almost a repeat of that. So we've had a lead change. So Justin Callahan is now leading, but in potential downwind jail, meaning he will be outside having to jibe onto port tack to get back to the line. And at times the lured boat can stay on starboard tack and prevent him from doing that legally. Again, he must complete his jibe before the trailing boat has to begin to alter course.
So these guys coming into the leeward gate, so that they do have a little jibe coming up, maybe 100 yards on the other jibe. So I would expect Callahan to try and jibe as early as he dares, making it round that mark, just because he knows Josh Hyde is going to go on him. So the earlier he goes, the more it makes it hard for Hyde to do a good rounding.
Is he going to be able to jibe there, you think, Matt?
I think he has
will.
a jibe.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, here he goes, and that decision was made for him. So Callahan jibed first. Callahan's going to come in a little slower because he's higher there. So Callahan should be getting a little bit of an advantage here. He's coming in very hot to the mark.
Smart move by both there. Josh Hyde jibing just early on the ley line there, which means that he's able to put dirty wind on Callahan's kite. Callahan coming in hot and fast. But then Callahan, you know, in that move, he gave him the room because Hyde was able to come in with speed. So he managed to get an overlap into those marks there. So Callahan had to give him room, and now he gives him a luff to send him off because Callahan's trying to go to this right-hand side.
Yeah, that was a great move. Just got the overlap in time because when the boats are overlapped, then the normal windward leeward starboard port rules don't apply when you're within those boat lengths of the mark, and so he had the right to go inside of
Let's go back up
Hyde.
to the top of the course and check in with Tommy Spithill on the Peterson Tapper match.
Yeah, look, Tapper's done a great job of pushing Jeffrey out to a ley line here. He's been lee bowing Jeffrey, and these waves are really playing havoc with them. What happened, Jeffrey got forced to tack in bad waves. We had Tapper was able to extend, and now he's got I'd say about a 3 to 4 boat length lead here.
He Tapper has, and he's
Right.
just tacking now onto the ley line to the top orange mark. They're sailing for the orange mark, right, Tommy?
That's correct.
Yeah, and remember, Peterson is carrying a penalty, so.
Yeah, you just see there Tapper's
boy.
boat pitching so much in these waves. You know, he had a bad wave off the start line when he tacked over, and we've seen in other matches as well, these waves really making a massive difference. So not only are they trying to predict what the wind's going to do, what the other boat's going to do, the shifts, there's a lot of different waves out here that you got to pick your way through.
That's an 18-second delta.
Yeah, that's pretty significant.
And not a perfect set. They get a little bit of a wine glass on Peterson's boat. That's the first time we've seen anything other than a 9 or 10 out of 10 set on their boat.
Well, Peterson, I think, would have had a little edge at that start had he not been over. He was protecting the right. He was going fast out of that tack, a little too fast, as it turned out. but I think it would have been a little different story here. But even if he had done that, he was still carrying a penalty.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a lead now for Tapper. This gives him so much more breathing room. You know, as you said before, once Peterson's within that 2 boat length sort of range, it makes your life living hell downwind. But Tapper now's got quite a comfy lead here that he's able to sort of stay safe and not be too disturbed by Peterson.
Yep.
Yeah, so Peterson here, just that difference between 2 boat lengths and 4 boat lengths just means it's harder to get onto the spinnaker there. So Peterson just really trying, but it's just such a small slot that he actually is able to throw down that far into Tapper. That he may well be on it now, but it's really, really fine, and Tapper's just trying to keep the boat ripping downwind, get down as fast as possible.
And interesting at the top, the semi-final match, there was obviously a split at the gate there, so these boats are going to be within a couple of lengths of one another, so still a very tight race for the 3rd and 4th position.
So that's Callahan on starboard coming in and Hyde on port coming in. So Callahan is the boat to the left side of your screen there. And starboard has right of way, so he is able, if they come together, he will be the right of way boat.
So interesting there, Matt. Did the boats, I missed the gate rounding there, but did both boats go around at the same time, or can we say that the right has brought Callahan back into the race?
Yeah, so both boats rounded at the same time around that leeward gate. Callahan rounding the gate and gave a little luff to clear out Josh Hyde to the left-hand side, and then he extended right, a long way right to pretty much that starboard ley line, and just came back in from being bow to bow with Josh Hyde. You know, he's maybe, 2-3 boat lengths ahead now.
Coming back now, let's have a look here at this gate at the end of the second leg. Peterson and Tapper, still a nice lead, Matty, to Tapper.
Yeah, good lead for Tapper, but the breeze has softened up a little bit, and you know, anyone who's been sailing in light winds knows that there's these holes come through. When the breeze is dropping off, there's holes. So if you're behind, you really want this breeze to be softening off. It extends the race. There's more time for stuff to happen. And then also it means that if you do build speed, you can get a bigger speed delta from 1 knot to 2 knot is a big difference compared to 3 knots to 4 knots, because you're just moving that much slower. So good news for Peterson trying to make something happen if it's light and squirrely here.
But interesting, it would have, you know, Tapper's crew, like I was saying before, watching the other matches at the top there, he would have asked his crew, said, hey, watch what happens here with the split here, what looks good. And so no surprise he's taken the left-hand turn at the bottom, and Peterson's going to have to follow him around here. So it looks like this right is still quite strong.
Yeah, and at the top of the course, there's just a knot or 2 more pressure, which is coming from that right-hand side, which is where Callahan and Hyde are. And so Tapper's projecting out into it.
Well, this is interesting up here in the Petite Finale.
It is indeed. Almost the same thing that we just saw with Jeffrey Peterson and Cole Tapper. That here's Justin Callahan trying to stay below and keep his spinnaker free of the disturbed air from Josh Hyde, and Josh, of course, trying to do the opposite.
Callahan with the aqua kite, the kind of light blue color, and Hyde with the yellow kite. And I think Callahan's there. He's got air forward, doesn't he?
Yeah, so one of the differences with what Callahan was doing there is compared to what Tapper's been able to do when he's been that 3 or 4 boat lengths ahead, is Callahan really came up hot and fast to try and keep his air clear, whereas Tapper has just been able to find this low, fast groove, which is obviously ideal. You're sailing less distance faster, but he's not had to give away that lateral separation when he's been that little bit ahead, whereas Callahan had to do that just to keep his air clear. So you see his bow is just generally pointing across the screen a little bit more than Josh Hyde, just losing that lateral separation, which is useful for Hyde because when they do jibe onto the other jibe, he's got a better chance to get the roll on the other jibe.
Well, this is for all the marbles in the Petite Finale for third and fourth. They're at the end of their rubber match. They're tied 1-1. Who's going to win it?
Justin does everything right. He wins this. But we'll see. They are not laying on this jibe, so they will have to do at least one more jibe.
So both boats have their poles a long way forwards here, just trying to go high and fast, just to try and Josh Hyde to get on his dirt, and he doesn't think he can do it, so he jibes out and goes for the other end of the line.
I was just going to say that's what Hyde was considering. Am I going to be able to get to him in time? The answer was no, so he has to jibe away and try something else. Meanwhile, Justin doing a pretty smart, but I'll tell you, it gets your blood pressure going, of going past him so he doesn't cross under Josh's air and then just go into the finish. But and I think he will just get it, but boy, I don't know.
Yeah, Callahan doing a good job of extending with speed here.
I think Callahan's got this.
Yeah, he does.
Callahan's got this quite comfortably, probably by about 10 or so seconds here. And being a great sport, he's reached over to Josh and said, well done. And Josh Hyde looks behind at the umpire and thanks him as well. So
that's great.
Really great stuff to see.
Well, great for Justin Callahan. I mean, he started off terribly in this series and came back with a vengeance and has done superbly to get third. A podium finish.
A podium finish for the comeback kid.
For the comeback kid.
Because earlier today he didn't look like the comeback kid, but he has come back in this race. Let's go up to the top, to the final. Jeffrey Peterson still owes that penalty, right, Tom?
That's correct, yes. Peterson still has that penalty. And be interesting, Matt, is that, as the leading boat, does that change how Tapper's going to sail downwind, do you think?
I think it might change how you're sailing if you're within 2 boat lengths, but the 10 boat lengths Tapper is ahead. He's just going, I'm going to sail. I think if you were close to it, you would maybe want to just do one jibe in on the downwind just so there's less chance of going in downwind jail. But in this context, Tapper's just going, I'm sailing fast. I'm sailing my own race. I just make sure I stay in between Peterson and the finish, and I'm a long way ahead.
Remember, Tom, even you're old enough to remember the Andy Don Meredith, the former Dallas Cowboys quarterback that was a commentator on the NFL. And at this point in any game, he'd start to sing, "Turn out the lights, the party's over."
On Monday Night Football.
Yep.
And our football, not this croutonic soccer stuff that the rest of the world plays.
You've just offended half our audience. At
more
least.
than.
More than.
And I can say that as a youth soccer player. My daughter played soccer. Meg loves soccer. But this one is, Andy, as you said, I think this one's all but over because Jeffrey does owe the penalty, and short of the mythical sea monster doing something to Jeffrey, or to Cole Tapper and co., he's going to gain a win here and get back within a point. Jeffrey still will be on match point, up 2-1 if that's how this finishes. Let's talk about their crews for a moment because they are world class, both of them. Jeffrey Peterson sailing with Daniel Pegg, with whom he did not sail last year. Daniel's inserted in to the crew with Enzo Mendito. And all week long, as you've heard Andy and Matt and Tommy say, they are quick through the water. Their starting, as we just saw again, has been somewhat suspect here in the series, but their speed through the water, especially downhill on the Peterson boat, has been superb. Cole Tapper from the Cruising Yacht Club of Australia with Jack Freeman and Hamish Voss. I got a video from Hamish Voss for the closing ceremony.
I can hardly wait to see it.
These kids, these great young adults, are all fabulous on the water and off. And they, on that boat, looks like with the gray kite coming down now with a, 10, 12 boat length lead plus the penalty owed, by Jeffrey Peterson. This one looks like it is in the proverbial history books for this match, anyway, this race.
Well, Jeffrey has always prided himself on being able to just get this race immediately out of his mind and just go on to the next one. Says, I don't care who we're sailing against, you just got to forget about that and, and press on, because they've got most of the moves. It's not like they, the starting stuff they've got to work on without question. But, this is only his, third loss all week.
Yes, indeed.
So just regroup, get your head back on. As I've told you guys there, Tom, in our second Congressional Cup win, we lost before there was going to be the last race was going to end up deciding the thing. In the second to last race, we lost to a boat that had not won a race. And that shook us up a little bit. But we...
Did it motivate you? Or
it did. But at first, it was sort of shock. And then we started saying, no, come on, guys. We're winning this series. Let's go win it. And we handily won that last race and won the Cup. So I think you'll see that from Jeffrey. He's just a lot of experience, a lot of confidence. And, you lose a race sometimes.
Well, don't forget, Cole Tapper actually came out of the rounds robin on top. They were both tied on what? 20
and 2.
20 and 2, 20 wins and 2 losses. And having won the last match, that is Tapper, that got the tiebreak and won coming out of the rounds robin. And then he went through his semi 3-0, and he's lost 2 here in the finals, and Jeffrey's now lost 1 in the finals. So they're within a match of each other on their overall records this week. Not that that matters, because what's going to matter is this next match. As Tapper now gains the win, Peterson now ahead 2-1 in this first to win 3 final.
It's interesting, the psychology of the starting tactics, depending on who you're sailing against, because when Peterson and Tapper are sailing against the boats that didn't do as well in this series, you have a little more of a luxury. You don't have to press it. You don't have to think, God, if I don't win the start, I'll lose this. Here, starts are pretty important, especially when that one with 2 mistakes by Jeffrey Peterson. You're not going to win if you do that. So they need to lift their game a little bit.
Tommy Spithill, you are steering the Tapper yacht. You're down 2-1. What's your mindset going into this next match?
Well, I think, obviously, coming off a win there and just being able to, tell yourself and your crew, hey, we've got the pace. We can beat this guy. And they not only beat him that race, they beat him by a fair chunk. So, for heading over to Jordan, I'm not sure if he'll have much to say there other than well done in that race there. Jeffrey's just having a chat with the umpires, just getting their thoughts on the call. And so, it's where the Tapper will go through his ritual. Maybe that beautiful Newport Beach water that he dunked his head in underwater. Well, that was the special holy water that's got him fired up.
That may be. We have had sharks out here in Orange County unusually, so I'm glad he came out with his head intact.
There's plenty of marine life. We've had seals, dolphins, sharks.
Yep.
Some on shore on the bar at Balboa Yacht Club as well, we've noticed.
A few cougars as well.
Yeah, the sharks that swim on the land.
Cougars
according to Jimmy Buffett.
Well.
Oh, my goodness. I made an innocent comment, and look what it led to.
Well, it's late in the day, Tom.
I see Mary Longpree over there giving me the Julia Wedekind finger wag like, you crouton. There it is. You croutons. Let's thank some more people, because we've got a lot of people who have contributed. Look at the spectator fleet. Tommy referred to it earlier. I just looking around and getting my head out of my cockpit here. Look at all the boats out here. Marvelous afternoon on the Pacific Ocean, and we also want to thank our sponsors. Andy, help me, because one of the top sponsors now for quite a number of years is with us, Dr. Rob Bray. And tell us about Rob's contribution to this event.
Well, his first contribution is operating on me so I could still walk around and stuff, and along with a lot of our crew on the 50-footer. But ever since Rob first came out and got very excited in watching these match race starts, etc., he's been an incredibly loyal and incredibly generous sponsor, and without all the sponsors, but especially the top three who really contribute substantial amounts of money, we wouldn't be able to put on this show. And it's an expensive show. I don't mean the TV, Gov Cup TV. I mean the whole week with everybody working together. Rob is a co-presenter with the Crowell family. Our principal are presented by a sponsor. The Governor's Cup is presented by the Call of the Sea Foundation and its mentor, Terry Cowsey. And Terry, I think, is going to be there again tonight. He joined us on Monday night, which is great. And again, with Terry, without Terry, we wouldn't be doing this. Terry is also very involved with the canoe, the Polynesian canoe that was a replica of the type of canoe that the Polynesians used to get to Hawaii.
I'd also throw a shout out in here to the Call of the Sea, the late great Commodore, St. Francis Yacht Club Commodore, who has just passed away. Charlie Hart has been involved with that, and he passed away a couple of weeks ago. He was a member of my Stag Cruise Committee and a fabulous past Commodore of that esteemed yacht club up in the Bay Area. How about some of these fleet sponsors? I see an Andy Rose and others in here, the Gorski Family Foundation, Tucker and Lee Ann Cheadle, some guy named Andy Rose, Terry Hausman Brusco and Bo Brusco, Kathy Werner and Brad Wheeler.
Brad Wheeler, a two-time Governor's Cup winner.
And Newport Balboa Sailing and Seamanship Association, the foundation through which you have financed these boats and the previous boats.
And President for Life, Larry Law.
Admiral sponsors, Lido Yacht Anchorage, Farmers and Merchants Bank, CR&R Environmental, Director Christine and Dennis, Kevin Gribben. Don't call me Dennis the Menace. Senga Engineering, the Reinhold family, GK Skaggs Inc., Tim and Jan Sullivan, and another anonymous at the Admiral level sponsorship. Team sponsors Island Marine Fuel, Valve Tech, Bill Powers, Hertz Family Foundation, and Judy Whiteman, and a list of others, including Dr. Don Becker, who not only comes out here as a volunteer, running now for these many years the race committee, but also helping out as commander sponsors, likewise Staff Commodore Peter and Kari Bretschker, and on down the list, because Peter and Kari not only do that, but they provide the good ship Adios, on which we are situated as our broadcast boat for also now, 5 or 6, 7 years? I can't remember.
Yep.
And not only here, but they've taken the boat elsewhere when we've broadcast the Rose Cup down in San Diego, for example, and also up in Long Beach. We did that a couple of years ago. Great group of sponsors, and to whom we are very grateful for their support.
We are indeed. We hope you will all join us next year. Start the campaign right now.
Those of you watching at the bar at the Balboa Yacht Club, everybody from the Commodore down, we appreciate. We're going to have the Commodore at the prize giving. He will be presenting. We're going to have the Vice Commodore as well, Christine. She's checking something.
Brett's been there pretty much every day, so Brett Hemphill. So I'm sure he will be.
And Randy Taylor, the Commodore, we had him really officiating. He opened a Monday night, as the Commodore normally does, did a beautiful job with because you hosted, Meet the Teams, Commodore Randy Taylor. And we'll do that again. Our next show after this concludes here out on the water, we will do at 1700 Pacific, 5 p.m. Pacific time, which is midnight UTC. It's 0100 in Great Britain, 0200 on the continent. We will be doing the final press conference. Andy will interview the two finalist skippers. And as always, maybe a polite roast, a little bit of fun. We had a huge turnout last night for the semifinal press conference at 7 p.m. Probably even larger tonight for the finals, followed immediately, and live coverage of the awards ceremony conducted, as I said, by the Commodore and Christine.
Well, I'm sure there are a bunch of members of the Cruising Yacht Club of Australia who will probably, well, right now it's still early in the morning, but will join us if Cole continues to add another couple of wins here.
Well, probably regardless. It's a -5, so it's coming up on 10 in the morning in Auckland and 8 in the morning, quarter of 8, 15 minutes before 8 in Sydney, where the Cruising Yacht Club is situated, on their Sunday morning down under. Quick shout out to the bosuns, Andy. Tell us about Father Greg Newman and his team.
Well, Greg Newman has been doing this for a long time, and it's one of the most thankless jobs there is. What the bosuns do is anything that goes wrong with any of these boats, their job is to get over there and fix it. And almost invariably they do that. We have had a few collisions that were a little more serious, but they've done a great job. Greg was telling us this week that so far, knock on wood, this has been the best one ever, as far as very few need basically to go fix boats. So I think he's having a good time. He's also a partner with Tom Purcell and me and Danny Thompson in our in the 50-footer. It's okay, and a valued member of that group. So a great guy.
I think you've got to ascribe that to the maturity of the sailors. We've got 8 of the 12 have returned this year, and 5 of the 12 age out, right?
Yep.
So they're older perhaps than the average group. As we're counting down to 4 minutes to the 4th match, Peterson versus Tapper. Peterson up 2-1. What do you think, Matty?
Match point Peterson. He's going to hope that he can do what he didn't do last time and win another race. So Tapper's still coming out fighting. So Peterson, the yellow boat, Tapper, the blue boat this time, if there's any penalties. And same race course. You know, no changes. Just Peterson's going to be hoping that he can convert that 3rd and final win in this final series. In Andy's favorite part of the race now.
Yep. We have a claim of a foul. I thought I heard that.
That was green.
Oh, it was green. Didn't see the green.
We haven't said this, but most of you on here will know that when the umpires use the green and white checkered flag, that means no penalty. Obviously, a yellow flag or a blue flag, a penalty to the yacht with the corresponding flag colored on the leech of their mainsail, the trailing edge.
Okay, so Peterson is broken away and has a little more speed. He put Tapper in a position where he started off very slowly. So now Peterson can do pretty much whatever he wants here.
Hey, Tommy Spithill, looking up the track quickly. What do you think?
Look, it's really hard to sort of pick either way here from where I am at water level, but I do top right looks quite nice, so there is a little bit more breeze at the top mark. The bottom half of the course is quite soft. So like we saw in the first race of the finals, if either of these teams fall into one of these holes, it can really open up quite a lead for the other boat. So it'd be interesting if this breeze filters down. Otherwise, it could be, if it's a split tack start, I'd be very nervous on either boat.
Yeah, Peterson doing a really good job here of controlling the start. Normally with 2 minutes to go, it's hard to have much of an advantage. But Peterson doing a really good job of breaking away and then setting up a scenario where he has Tapper locked to windward. So Tapper cannot jibe and come back to the start line if he wants to. So Tapper on port, he would not be able to get to starboard. So you see Peterson just try and stick behind him and just try and get him locked to windward, locked to leeward, and just keep on going either way. Really good job here by Peterson here.
But it's with about a minute 30 to go, it's very difficult to do that because in trying to stay, you have to stay just a little bit behind the other boat, or the other boat you'll catch up to him and he will be able to tack away onto starboard.
Yeah, so Cole's managed to break up that with 1:15 to go. There may be 25 seconds from this committee boat here. Still Peterson's in a strong position though, because until Cole can guarantee he can roll over the top, Peterson can pin him high. So there Cole going, I can't get over the front, so I'm going to have to go behind. And Peterson just going to look to go down low and slow and kill time here.
But a lot to kill.
They are a long way above the committee boat ley line, so I don't think here.
Yeah, we lost you there a little bit, Tom, but still 40 seconds, coming on in 40 seconds to go. Both boats very early.
Definitely like where Peterson is here.
Facing. Yeah, we are. Trimming up. Sit on the side for him. Easy. Way down.
It's Cole Tapper you're hearing.
Other side of the boat. 2-1 press. 11, 10, 9. Wait in. We're going to attack. 7, 6, 5, 2, 1. Attacking. Big weight.
Okay, and there goes Peterson tacking away, both boats doing simultaneous tacks.
So even start there. Peterson thinking that he wants to get this right-hand side. Tapper just trying to tack away to clear his air. Really good job by Tapper, though, there, of doing a tack right just before the start and accelerating when he looked like he was going to be in a position where Peterson was bow forwards. Now he's been able to get bow forwards and force Peterson to tack out. But, you know, this might set up a big split here, which is, you know, risky 50-50 at the moment.
Yeah, that was a great move. Peterson really had a little advantage there early, but...
Yeah, like that's the key thing with match racing is, you know, for the 4 minutes of that pre-start, right up until 1 second to go, Peterson always had a little edge. He always was dictating the narrative, but then, you know, Tapper does one really good bit of boat handling and flips the script and is half a boat length ahead. So, you know, it's...
Well, I think maybe it's we'll add a little Gov Cup lore here that, you know, you don't want to be 2 boat lengths ahead of Jeffrey Peterson at the weather mark, and you don't want to be at a starting line with 20 seconds to go with Cole Tapper.
Just had a good gain from Tapper out of the right there.
Yeah.
He's opened up about a 2 to 3 length lead, and he tacked right on Peterson's line. He is defending the right-hand side of the track and just trying to push Peterson out left.
Yeah, looks like the breeze is just building slowly from this right-hand side. Like we saw that right-hand shift off the start line, and Tapper is always going to lead to the gain and the new pressure on that right-hand side. Looks like he's able to just eke out a little bit there and just able to press and get a bit more boat speed. And coming down the course, top right, looks very, very strong. And you can see Tapper's bow is just a little bit higher than Peterson when they're both on starboard here with that right-hand shift.
You know, it's interesting. The last person to really push Peterson for boat speed upwind was Nick EJ. Would you agree, Matt?
I mean, Nick EJ in any boat will push anyone upwind for speed. Yeah,
Right.
I think the last time you would say Peterson was not the fastest boat in a final series at Gov Cup is probably EJ is probably the fastest. Yeah, and Leonard Takahashi before that.
Yep.
But in saying that, Peter, with the little edge that that I think Tapper's got upwind, Peterson's got quite the edge downwind. So it's quite unique that each have got their own specialties.
Yeah, definitely so. And I think, you know, the last person that would have an unbridled advantage downwind in Gov Cup would be a certain Harry Price from Sydney. So from Cole's club, ironically. Yeah, looks like Cole's just got a little bit more pressure and a little bit more angle. Actually is getting close to, you know, dare I say it, getting a very sizable lead. As Peterson rolls into attack from starboard to port just to come back. This will really explain how who's gaining, who's losing, and it looks quite painful.
This is a monster gain here, so it's just tripled the lead.
Yeah, again, what we were saying earlier, and we're seeing it, is the wind is just slowly going to the right as the day progresses. The sun came out quite a while ago, and the wind's been going to the right ever since. They've shifted the course once, and they may have to again before the end of the day if this continues to go. If this goes like this, we'll have another race.
Wow.
And another little plug for the mark set bots that, you know, you don't need to stop the racing and wait for ages for someone to pull a rope up in, 50, 60 feet of ocean we have out here. You know, you don't have to do it. You can just instantaneously do it, and you don't even notice it when you're on the race course.
Yeah, it's really, it is. I'm convinced. I like this technology.
I think Dr. Don Becker is too, and he said as much in the morning show, but also a shout out to the Bimbos, the Brotherhood of International Mark Boat Operators, because they have still come out here as volunteers on the race committee, even though they're not having to pull the anchors and tow the marks around anymore, but they're there in backup. They're also a set of eyes to the mark boat operators as we watch a big lead at the top mark to Cole Tapper.
It's close to a horizon job, ladies and gentlemen, which is a term we use for a very, very big lead. In other words, the other boat is disappearing over the horizon.
So here, even though the boats are on opposite legs, the rules still apply the same. So Cole is windward boat and keep clear boat. So you'll see Cole trying to sail high just to keep it clear. Jeffrey hoping he doesn't see him and he can get at least score a penalty back on him. But Cole doing a really good job of just keeping it clear.
Matt, what's the rule about sailing your proper course or not?
So Jeffrey would be obliged to sail his proper course. So if he's within the ley lines, he can keep on going and sail upwind. However, he cannot sail further than he would need to in a reasonable thing if Cole was not there to get to him, which that's why Jeffrey tacked off, because he was coming up to the ley line, and Cole had done a good job of keeping eyes out the boat, you know, not only focused on internal stuff, but just making sure you know where the other boat is.
Andy, you're a lawyer. You went to Stanford as well, undergrad. You know the Socratic method. One has to ask questions sometimes to which one knows the answers, right?
Indeed.
To get somebody as articulate.
Well, in law school, only the professors know the answers. But anyway.
Articulate as Matt Whitfield. If you're just joining us, we are in the finals. Jeffrey Peterson leads 2-1 overall, but Cole Tapper with the gray kite coming downwind has a humongous lead here in what is the fourth match, in the first to win 3, best of 5. And we're all kind of gobsmacked here. We're shocked and amazed by how big a lead developed on that first weather leg. Tom Eamon alongside Andy Rose. Matt Whitfield from the UK, now well ensconced here in the US. We're welcome to him. And he's not only that, he's married to an American, Emma, the beautiful Emma, from just up the shore here in Huntington Beach. And also Tom Spithill out here on the water again this year, joining us as our analyst, some would say analyst, on the roving boat. Tomas, what do you think of this?
Yeah, look, I mean, this is it's to lose by, you know, all things, unless, like you were saying before, a sea monster comes and gets Tapper, you know, if he manages to win this race by this margin, psychologically, that's going to be a bit of a tough one for Peterson to bounce back on.
Yeah, especially with his, you know, the fouls at the start, and then followed by 2 races, which are horizon jobs. Yeah, I agree with you. Even Jeffrey, as strong as he is, you know, mentally and psychology, this is going to be tough. He's really. We'll find out how whether Jeffrey Peterson is the greatest right now.
The interesting thing too is, you know, we were saying before how tired all the officials and even ourselves are getting. The competitors now, with the training day, they've done 5 days on the water, and these are long days. You know, you don't just cast off lines at the yacht club and race out the front. It's a long tow out. It's long days. They've done 2 round robins, you know, and it's a long tow in at the end of the day. So by the time you literally wake up in the morning, you're at the club, and then you head home, and then you do the same again. So that's where right now, if any mistakes are being made, maybe that could be part of the reason that it's a marathon, really, this regatta.
Yeah, no, without question. I mean, it's hard enough on us commentators, and all we have to do is sit here and, as Tom Eamon would say, gas bag.
Gas bag.
Gas bag. Sailors on both boats here are very fit, but it is a long day, and it's a repetition of long days. But, well, we'll see. You know, I'll tell you, I have a lot of faith in Jeffrey Peterson. I think he's a truly amazing sailor, and, you know, this is a gut check. This is the ultimate gut check. Okay, we've lost those 2 races. Try to completely put that behind us. Let's just go get him. The only thing one worries about there is that we think that Cole probably, as least has shown, a slightly better ability at the starting line. So one problem, and I lost at Canada's Cup trials like this, is we knew we were slower than the other boat. That's not the case here. But in our case, we tried too hard on that last start because we thought if we don't win the start, then we're not going to win the race. Here, Jeffrey is going to have that in the back of his mind that, you know, what if? Do I have to win to beat this guy or what? But at the same time saying,
You win the
but
start.
yeah.
Win the start to beat the guy.
Yeah, but at the same time saying, but I know I don't want to foul again, you know, so tough.
But at the same time, even if he doesn't win the start, he knows he's good downwind.
Right.
So, you know, it's maybe he might lose the start, but a small loss is okay if you can stay within, you know, the Peterson 2-boat length rule. You know, he knows that applies. He probably invented it.
Yep.
He probably told you that it was a thing before you knew.
Right.
So, you know, I think he knows that he doesn't necessarily need to win the start. He needs to just be really in touch, which, you know, that big split that happened on this beat, that, you know, that stopped the touching. You know, he's too far away to do anything on the downwind, whereas if, you know, at least he stays in the same stratosphere, then, you know, maybe he's able to be close enough that then he can attack on the downwind, even if the start doesn't go well.
I might think if I were him about trying to get a really good start at the boat end and going to the right. In other words, protecting the boat and going to the right. Here, can we look at the compass, someone, and get us a wind direction approximate?
I can give you a little bit of a wind strength update. From the bottom part of the course, Cole and his crew were sitting in the cockpit. Now they're on the side of the boat and slightly hiking. But Peterson out to the left, he is the only one sitting on the gunnel. So whether it's direction or it's just wind pressure, I think it's more the direction sort of staying the same. It's just when the pressure's up and down, I think is the big differential here.
So you can see that Peterson just sit, like Tommy's saying, he's just not quite able to get the full crew weight up. They're on the side now, but that's the first time they've been able to do it for the whole beat. You know, just kind of on this left-hand side, just a little bit light.
Man, that's a big lead. And it's getting a little softer, but Andy, any chance that the breeze would shut off completely, or is this going
I don't.
That's going to be here a while, right?
Yeah, I think it'll be here a while, and it may even come up a little bit around 5 o'clock or thereabouts. You remember on Thursday we had the beer can race, and it came around nicely to the west, so we short tacked all the way up.
Christine Gribben, who is not only the regatta chair, Madam Christine, but she is also one of our 2 crack spotters out here today and has been with us really all week, helping out on the water. When we were on the water, she's just held her iPhone up and used the compass on the iPhone to tell us that the wind direction is 215 degrees.
Yeah, so it hasn't gone much right yet. So I think Tom's right as usual. It's more where the puffs are coming from, and I think they tend to favor the right-hand side.
The Gray Kite of Cole Tapper around the top mark, coming home on the 4th and final leg of this 4th match, and again short of something astonishing happening to his boat or team. They are going to get into the finish line well ahead of Jeffrey Peterson, who's still on the upwind 3rd leg, and tie this series up 2-2.
I think our consensus, you know, we were trying to pick some of the other races, but I think our consensus on this one that it would surprise us if it didn't go to 5 races.
Yes, indeed. And what a difference from last year's final between these same two, when Jeffrey won 3-0, but all 3 matches were, as we would say in Michigan, barn burners.
Yep.
Do you know that expression, Dr. Bray? I do. A barn burner. You know, that's also a hockey expression. Dr. Bray played hockey at Colgate University. He was a goalie and a tall, big, and he wasn't, this was before the flopper style, really. How are we talking about ice hockey here in the Governor's Cup.
That's
What'd you
that's
call
a
it?
good question, Tom.
What'd you call it? They weren't, no, barn burners. What'd you call it? A flap and stack? What? Slide and stack, which is putting your two goalie pads together like this when somebody was crossing across you in front of the net and you're trying to block both lower corners of the net and you got your glove up there to try to catch anything they flip over you. And here comes Jeffrey around the top mark.
Boy, I'm just thinking right now, if I'm on that boat, I'm really down. It's like, what is happening here? What is going on? Yeah.
Thing too, and
Well,
it
they
takes-
can't
They
switch
can
after.
now. They could do it last race.
They can't switch after an even match, right? Is that right?
Yeah, so they can only switch after the
Yeah,
first
they
or the
could have
third.
switched
So
before this race, but not now. I don't think it's the boats, guys.
I think there, you know, if I'm Peterson's team, you're there. You go around, you do a good set. You want to do a good jibe here. You just want to feel like you're sailing the boat well. That's kind of all you can do in this situation. You know that's just not gone wrong. So you just focus on the process and get through and really try and, you know, execute everything really well. So you know when you are in a tight match next time, you're ready to go.
You know, I don't think they're going to be that down. I think they got off the line. They got forced left. And there was a big righty. And they got outside on the righty. And that was the race. As Tommy Spithill called it, he said, man, they have quadrupled, I think is what he said, the lead. That is Cole Tapper on that first weather leg, and nothing's much has changed since then. So I don't think Peterson's going to be all
Well,
that
the
down.
only thing I would say is, yeah, but for one thing, and it doesn't mean that he may just be fine, but for one thing, which is he didn't go to the right, and he's a local here,
Yep.
and so I think he would be thinking, God, why that was stupid of me to do that, to go out to the left, you know. But other than that, I agree with you. You know, there's certainly nothing to be, you know, wrong with this. I mean, sometimes you just lose races, and he certainly, you know, had a good first two races. So let's see if he can come back. Cole came back, and now see if Jeffrey can make a comeback.
Well, and Callahan came back.
Callahan came back.
And we've seen in professional sports and on tennis when you have a 5-set match and somebody's up 2-0 and then somebody claws their way back and
Yep.
ties it at 2-2. It's a new ball game.
Yep.
And I think both of these crews are so good. Big applause here for Cole Tapper. We have an ecumenical crowd here, Andy.
Yeah.
I think the hosts, whoever the host family is for the Tappers, probably been hosting them for the same family, probably for a couple, 3 years. How long is this Tapper's second or third?
I can't remember.
Well, he crewed for his brother, too, once, didn't he?
Right, he did. And I can't remember. It's no more than his third, and it might just be his second. I'm not absolutely sure. I think it's his third, but
Or his brother crewed for him.
his brother crewed for him, too. So,
Well, that's the win for Cole Tapper, who we still think looks like Gavin Brady. We're having this thing going this week called Who's Your Daddy? It started out as a bit of a joke because Cole Tapper looks so much like a young Gavin Brady, and Tapper from Australia and Brady from New Zealand. A little cross-Tasman humor there. And, of course, Gavin Brady, one of the best match racers in the modern history of the world. And I've done a couple Cup campaigns with him as well, and he's won the Congressional Cup how many times? He's won it a few times.
well, he's
Gavin
also won.
Brady.
He's also won the Governor's Cup.
Did he win the Gov Cup?
Yeah, give me the thing, and I'll figure
No,
out
you
which
got
year.
the list in the program.
I do have the list in the program.
And Gavin Brady's getting back into doing a
He's
load of
back
match
into it.
racing now. Yeah.
Yeah, which
He
is
is.
great.
Yeah, it would.
Good for him.
Yeah, when Justin won the Detroit Cup last year, the finals were between Gavin Brady and Justin won 3-0.
And Gavin was runner-up in the Match Racing World Championship in China in December, if I remember well, as Jeffrey comes across the line. But regardless, it's a striking resemblance, Colt
Well,
Tapper
I guess he didn't,
to Gavin Brady.
but I know he sailed in it.
Okay, that sets up the fifth and final match. In lightish conditions, let's go around the horn and ask Andy, what do you think?
I think Cole might win this. I don't know. I think it's awfully tough to come back after those 2 races. But again, I have the utmost faith in Jeffrey. He's a great friend and a great sailor. And so I don't know, Tom. I mean, as I said at the start of this thing, this is a pick 'em.
Okay, but
I couldn't pick a favorite, and I still can't.
Matt?
I'd lean towards Tapper. I just think the momentum's his way. I think, otherwise I was, going into this, I said it was going to be 5 and I was 50-50. I'm still 50-50, but I think because Cole won the last race, I think, that's just a little bit, got to have something to pick him, and that's kind of all I can do.
That leaves it to Tommy.
Yeah, well, look, I've been probably more correct than Andy has with my prediction, so I did call.
Yep.
I did call Cole for the for the victory in this series, but again, it's been. I just hope this next race we get another awesome close down win like we had in that I keep harping on about it, but that was probably one of the best Gov Cup races I've watched. The round robin, the last race between Peterson and Tapper, so I want to see one of those.
Yep.
But yeah, my money's on Tapper.
Yep. No, I think you may have that correct this time, but I agree with you. I'd love to see a barn burner of a final.
We'll make a Michigander out of you yet.
That's
Andrew.
right. That's right.
Well, it looks like 3 of the commentators are thinking that maybe Cole has an edge, especially after that huge win in the last match. They remain in the same boat. Tapper will be in boat 8, and Peterson will be in boat 7. And just a reminder of their crews, clearly the best on the water all week. Their boat handling, their boat speed on both these boats. Not only the skippers, but the crews doing a superb job in the Gov Cup 22s. Cole Tapper representing the Cruising Yacht Club of Australia, CYCA. Cole and Jack Freewin and Hamish Voss, V-A-S-S. I don't know if they say Vass in Australia or Voss, but we'll go with Voss today.
You could ask him now,
They're
Tom.
shouting, hey, Hamish, do you say Voss or Vass? Voss. Vass. Vass like he hit his cheeks. He said Voss like, and then he hit his cheeks. I think he said Vass like ass. Could I say that on the commentary?
Well, so I guess I have to call him Vass like arse. So it's a Vass.
The Commonwealth pronunciation, you'd say arse.
Yeah, arse. Yeah. There's an R.
Jeffrey Peterson also sailing 3 up. We think we know their pronunciations. Jeffrey Peterson with the very talented Daniel Pegg and Enzo Mendito, equally talented, a Georgetown University mate of Jeffrey, sailing together on that collegiate team. And Andy, you had Daniel Pegg, as well as Jeffrey, of course, sailing with you on the 12 and other yachts.
Well, and it was great. Last time when we did it in 2019, we had Defender for the North Americans, and beat Courageous a couple races, and we had the estimable Bill Lynn, who is the head of the Hirschoff Museum in Bristol, and he was our navigator and did a superb job. This year he was unable to join us. He had a conflict with a big team racing series, so I thought, well, what the heck? So I called Jeffrey and I said, do you want to be a navigator? Which is a really important job on a 12-meter, but anyway, for many reasons. And he said, sure. I said, well, you got to go learn expedition, etc. And I called Bill Lynn, who said, well, I'll help him with that. And sure enough, Jeffrey learned it and was on board as navigator like he had done it all his life. Daniel Pegg didn't intend this, but with the crew moved around a little bit, Daniel ended up trimming the mainsail, which is by far the biggest sail on a 12-meter. And generally the mainsail trimmer is really the person in charge of sail trim, and did it again like he had been doing it all his life. So I have the utmost respect of both of them, and Enzo has sailed with us on the 50-footer out here and is also a superb sailor. So these are top guys.
You know, the smartest teams out here may be the ones that have gone over and tied up astern of Commodore Paul Blank's boat.
Yep.
Because the hospitality on that boat is without peer.
Well, at least for a non-professional organization, we happen to have our executive. What did we name her? The executive
Craft Services.
executive director of craft services on board, and Kari Bretschker does a
She does.
terrific job keeping us in food and beverage, and it's we all want to stay on the boat rather than going home. So
Just a quick, well, we have a minute before we get into this next sequence. They're getting ready. They're already into it. The Foxtrot has been lowered, but quickly the directors, Chris Bretschker, and the TD, the technical director, David George, doing a fabulous job here with the show. Tommy Spithill, of course, the roaming commentator, and the roaming boat cam operator, Rocket Farm Wes. Trevor Gurley helping out, Dustin Surfrider, drone pilots Peter Bretschker, Byron Barker, Tyler Wayman, drone management and onshore camera operator Christophe Chalmont, who's been helping me onshore with cameras in the morning and evening shows. Onshore production and stern cam operator Dylan Bartel is doing audio for us onshore. And others. Max Moosman is with us today. Our spotters Christine Gribben and Ethan Schneider. And craft services, as Andy just mentioned, here on Adios, Kari Bretschker. And we probably missed a couple, Staff Commodore Tom Purcell, Dr. Rob Bray, and others, perhaps that were here yesterday and are not on our list for today, and I apologize if I've missed anybody. The timers? Oh, that's the timer.
that's the timer.
There you go. As we're just coming in now, thanks, Christine, coming in for the 4-minute signal, the pre-start entry to the rubber match, the 5th and final match for the 57th Governor's Cup. Matt, give us the call.
Cole Tapper entering from the yellow side, the starboard side, Peterson on port. So both coming in. No one was too early. It's even match. So the
I bet we see a dollar.
So the breeze is still quite light now. It's not really built from when it dropped off about half an hour ago. So it's kind of 5 to 6 knots. Breeze is coming straight down the course. They've squared the course up. So interesting to see. There doesn't look to be as big a holes, Tommy. What do you think? It looks like maybe top left looks a little bit soft, but apart from that, looks pretty even across the course. Not going to see a massive horizon job, potentially.
Yeah, look, I'd agree. It's sort of bottom of the course to even, well, actually, all the left-hand side of the course does not look strong at all. The bottom half of the course is still quite light, so that's why they're struggling to move in the pre-start, but they should have a bit of right air just coming in by the time they start. But we have seen off the line, sometimes these puffs aren't really coming down, they're just sort of sitting there. So this is, again, that's going to be the tricky thing off the line of being in a hole as you try and accelerate off the start line.
Well, we've got a wind direction right now of about 220 degrees, which is starting to edge into it's in the southwest. But again, late in the day, the later in the day it gets, you might expect it to go ever so slightly right from here, at least ever so slightly. So let's see.
Yeah, to the naked eye now, actually, it's looking even stronger and stronger. Top right looks very, very good.
Yeah, okay. So I think, what I was saying earlier, I think if I were Jeffrey, I'd try to be at the boat end going really fast, and then being able to lead to the right.
Yeah, so pretty much executing what Cole Tapper and his team did last time.
Exactly.
That looks to be what would be the winning strategy, which, that's what Nick EJ did when he won the Governor's Cup. When he won the final, he did that every race. Start at the starboard end, don't really care how, just be the starboard boat and go right.
Okay, here are the two boats rounding the bow here of our media boat. Both boats luffing.
So 1:35 to go. The boats are maybe 25, 30 seconds from the line with a slow boat speed now just because it's so light. So Tapper to leeward, trying to slow. Peterson to windward, trying to push. Peterson's looking to try and get them off kilter where he's up and Tapper's down, and Tapper trying to make them both be the same. So Peterson doing a good job of that right now. 1:15.
Well, from this position, Jeffrey could protect the right if he wishes to.
I quite like where Cole is because the boats are slow. He's going to be able to go to leeward. As soon as Peterson goes up, Cole's going to go up with him, match him on his bow, and then he's going to be able to keep this and make it really slow going in. But Peterson does look like he might have the option of the right.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking.
But I think here Cole's just going to try and squeeze it down, squeeze it up as much as possible, and try and get a down speed start for the both of them.
Do you want the right?
Yeah. So
Seems
35
to me you
seconds.
Andy, you want the right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think here Tapper's going to try and luff and squeeze Peterson so as Peterson can't build up any speed when he's on port. He's going to squeeze him so there's a tiny little gap so he can't go full speed across the line.
Yeah, it's going to end up being quite a bit of a manoeuvre from Peterson here. If he split tack starts, they will be over, so he'll have to dip down and then turn up
and then turn
around
up.
the committee boat.
7 seconds to go here.
Both boats returning under the line. Here comes Peterson up. Yeah,
so
well, that's what's unfortunate. You can't lay the starboard end or the boat end, but he still got off the line okay. Tapper was going a bit slow down at that end.
Yeah, so Peterson's got what is believed to be the favoured right-hand side, but down speed start. So as Tapper peels over onto port, first cross is always key here.
It'll be an easy cross for Peterson here.
Yep. Yeah, so just as we said, that was a pretty good. That was a good tactic. He did exactly the right thing. I think he hurt us. No, I think he figured that out all by himself.
Yeah, it definitely looks like there's right hand pressure still. Still looks like Peterson's going to. Peterson, although he's going to be tempted to extend just to try and get to that pressure, he's really bow down on port here on a header. So when he tacks over, he's going to hope to have pressure and a big lift.
I wouldn't. Boy, I'd tack.
It's interesting
I just
here.
think you've got to stay with your competition.
Andy, I just saw the crew on Peterson's boat. Daniel, look underneath to see if there's any weed on the keel.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
God. Oh, I hope not.
No, I think he just popped his head over and went, yep, all clear.
Okay, good.
So Peterson extending to the right. The fact that Tapper has come out with him on port as well, so he's cleared away, implies Tapper also wants this right-hand side, and so that's a good sign for Peterson here.
Well, TFE, these conditions are great, actually.
Fine.
You know, for these boats and match racing, this is really good stuff.
There's a bit of a hole up in the upper left corner of your screen, Matt just pointing out to us here. Do we have a change here?
We might.
Yeah, from where I'm looking right now, it's bow on bow. Jeffrey, where he tacked in quite a lull, so he didn't really get a boost out of the tack. I can see Tapper's probably going to cross by a length and a half.
Right, so we have had a lead change.
Really good boat speed there by Tapper, you know, really good. That's what he needed to do. He got a good start, but he didn't go towards what was potentially the favoured side and just really turned the wheels on. When Jeffrey was down speed, he made the most of that.
I think the interesting thing, we've got to figure out where Tapper's getting the speed from upwind, because there can be so many different variables. Is it how is he sailing low fast groove, or is it coming through his accelerations out of the tack? And I think it's really his tacks. He's coming out so much quicker.
I think that's exactly right, and that's something that we really haven't talked much about. And this is classic match racing here with Cole Tapper covering with a tight cover, as we talked about earlier, tacking right on Jeffrey's wind. He'll go out for a bit. Jeffrey will come back. They'll do it again. But I think you're right about the tacks. You know, if when we were first, match racing, we figured out that if we could get a really good start and tack better than anyone else, we were going to have a high chance of winning. So in a tacking duel like this, which means both boats are tacking quite often, getting out of a tack fast is really crucial. And I think you're right. I think Cole's doing that slightly better than Jeffrey.
And this one's going to hurt. So this is the last little one. You know, they don't call it the nail in the coffin, but that last lamp here. Now Cole's on lay.
Yep.
And Jeffrey knows it's not worth another tack. And so he's going to have to follow in. He's purposely sailing low so he can breathe, but Tapper's now reaching over his bow to make sure he has that he's in gas the whole way there.
Well, exactly, and that's part of what I was saying about giving up ever so slight a bit of your lead to actually increase the lead afterwards because of your boat position.
It's amazing how full his jib is. Like his jib, if we say normally trimmed at 100% upwind,
Right.
Tapper's is probably about 70%, very full, very deep.
Really? And,
Yeah.
and you don't see that on Jeffrey's boat?
No, he's not as easy. But Tapper's made a concerted effort just to keep bearing away over the top. Every time Jeffrey tries to get a little bit of reprieve, he presses down over the top. So he's losing gauge, but he's going forward.
No, that's a great. I call it head reaching, but it's a great tactic.
He also just got wound up.
He really
on
did.
Starboard,
Yeah.
big lift.
Yeah, I think that's when he's coming into the ley line there. He's like, I'm not going to spend enough time giving him gas. Like, so I'm going to just go upwind, go full VMG and gain that boat length of lateral separation. So I think really good move there by Cole Tapper to know when the gas is no longer the most gain feature for him.
The difference I'm seeing in the tack, and you probably see from the drone footage on the next upwind leg, but both Tapper's crews, their backs are almost getting saturated in the water. They're hiking so far out to give that leeward heel out of the tack.
Yeah, and I think one thing to note as well is like Peterson.
Oh my!
Ooh.
Oh, and Jeffrey didn't lay the mark too. So, oh boy.
Big extension there.
This
You know,
is
double tack in these conditions is probably what, 3-4 boat
4
length
boat
loss.
lengths. Yeah,
No,
4 boat lengths.
It's painful.
That's just, oh boy.
Yeah, one thing to note is we were saying yesterday in the semi-finals though that Peterson's tacking is better than everyone else's. So that just shows the standard that Tapper is really coming out with these tacks.
Yeah.
Like Peterson was gaining half a boat length every tack in his semi-final. So
no longer.
Leg 2 of race 5. As Cole Tapper has a 10 boat length lead, Tommy, coming downhill?
Yeah, I'd say 10 boat length lead, probably 40 seconds.
Yeah, that's again, approaching a horizon job.
yeah, and Peterson just jibing there into a bit of a lull. Just now he's on starboard jibe, just really high and really slow to try and get anything in that kite. And Tapper just extending out to stay in that right-hand pressure a little bit more.
Well, and you want to stay in touch with the other boat, too. I mean, you can't just keep sailing out here and pretend there's no one else there, however far behind they are.
He's not Harry Potter.
No.
Or Harry Price.
Well, and you remember the Women's America's Cup Challenge, that one race with Dennis Conner.
I remember well in '95.
That race was over, except it wasn't.
And ESPN went off the air, and I was the rules advisor for that team in the chase boat, a few meters back behind the yachts, and to our utter astonishment, we stopped polishing our resumes and went back to figuring out how we were going to try to win against Russell Coutts.
Yep.
And Team New Zealand, which of course they went on to win 5-0 and take the cup to New Zealand. And you know what? Cole Tapper, if he can keep this going, he's going to take the cup. That is the Governor's Cup, not literally, but the win and the kudos to Australia.
Well, it's happened before.
Yeah, Peterson really looking for a Harry Houdini move here now.
Yeah. Well, I think he has probably gained a little bit here.
Pretty good.
I just have a feeling.
We got Harry Potter, Harry Price, and Harry Houdini all in the last 2 minutes. Well done, Matt.
Interestingly, the two different pole heights. So the spinnaker pole connected to the brace, or the guy, as you Americans call it. The Cole's been slightly lower, so a bit more of a tighter luff. Jeffrey's got his pole instead of level, it's actually just a little bit above it. So two different trimming setups, and now Jeffrey's really come back into this match.
Yeah.
So he's now within his striking range here. So it's not over.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tapper here is just going to be able to pick his jibe, pick his lay into these gates, and pick whichever side of the course he wants. Which, looking at wind, Tom, do you still think that right-hand side looks like it's got more consistent pressure, or?
It was interesting. After they went around the top mark, there was actually a bit of a lull, a little bit of a lull out on the right, and that's what Peterson actually made a little bit of a gain initially on that downwind. But now that breeze has reset back in. There's breeze bottom right, but then it is soft at the top So they will have a little bit of an early advantage in the early right-hand side, and then there's nothing for a bit until the top mark.
Yeah, so Tapper taking that left-hand turn, going out to the right-hand side that in these last 2 races has been so key for him.
Yeah, it looks like Jeffrey's going to come in and follow him around.
Yeah, it's really hard when you're 5-6 boat legs behind and you think the best decision is to follow your opponent.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I
don't
wouldn't be
think
surprised
he-
if it
No,
changes.
he's going to go.
Yeah.
He's figuring that he's, just as you were about to say, Matt, he's figuring I'm far enough behind. I've got to do something different and hope for the best. Because he didn't really gain anything there. He's going very slowly. Has to make a lot of degrees of turn as opposed to Cole that had only about 90 degrees of turn.
Yeah, although Tapper's still extending out on port, so, you know, Jeffrey's got that split he wants. You know, if it's going to happen, it's going to have to happen now.
Yeah,
Tapper's not going to go very far. Indeed, he tacks.
I think, Tom, the amount of times we've been saying what they're going to do, I think maybe actually what it is has been a tactician's easy. Like any monkey can be a tactician.
Oh, my God. Despite all those wonderful calls from me and yours less adequate ones, really?
Years ago, for those of you who are not tied in very closely here, just a quick story. There was, Andy, you tell the story about any tactician.
Well,
Any monkey can steer.
after the sailors have been here for a year or two, they try to get me back on Monday night when we try to have a little fun together. And Sam Gilmore thought he had me because he said, now with the 50th anniversary and we had an alumni regatta. And he says, well, Andy, why didn't you sail in the alumni regatta? And I said, Sam, I'm a tactician. Any monkey can steer. Yeah, the left is not paying right now.
And a
shall we
couple
say.
nights later in the Thursday night race on It's Okay.
Commodore Tom Purcell, my boat partner, leaves the helm with about a minute to go. And I went, what the heck are you doing? Goes down below, comes up with a full Disney version monkey mask. Mask. And came up, and it was hilarious. It was absolutely hilarious.
Any monkey can steer.
Yep. So he went back to steering.
Well, the right seems to have paid again, Commodores, ladies and gentlemen.
But I think I agree with you, Matt, that, you know, he couldn't just follow him 10 or 12 boat lengths behind. That just wasn't going to happen. So at that point, and we've all been there, you have to do something radical and just hope it works. And in this case, it clearly didn't. So I'm about to start singing. Turn out the lights, the party's over.
Yeah, nothing too much to report up the track here other than Tapper's just continuing to extend here. There's a little bit more breeze at the top part of the course. But, you know, I guess this still isn't over here. Anything can happen here, a shutdown or, you know, Peterson looking over, as we saw off the start line, he looked underneath the boat to see if the keel or the rudder had any kelp on it. So maybe that last race, whether that was an issue.
Yeah, could very well have been.
Know, I've seen that happen before. One of the teams I was coaching had about 12 foot of that ropey like kelp on the bottom of it here. So it's still nerve-wracking. I don't think they'll be opening champagne corks at the CYC just yet.
Well, you remember when Jeffrey got second 2 years ago, that Jordan Stevenson was coming downwind and leading and suddenly came to a screeching halt. He went from 5 or 6 knots to 2 knots, and he had gotten most of all of the seaweed available in Newport Beach at that point. So it can happen down here.
Coming into the top mark the second time to begin the final leg down to the finish. Colt Tapper sailing another amazing race. And the gray kite goes up in what can only be called another horizon job.
Yep. Well, that's an interesting point about the kelp. I hope that is not true. But,
this is Newport Beach, not San Diego. We don't have kelp up here, do we?
Yeah, we do occasionally. Unfortunately, you know, these boats have a very modern T-keel, we call it, which is very straight up and down the leading edge. So it is, you can catch some kelp. On the 50-footer, we actually have a cutter, a kelp cutter, which is a knife, basically, that you pull up on deck, and it comes slightly out of the leading edge. and so you actually can cut kelp off the keel. But these boats do not have those. So
Interesting, just before the race, as the Foxtrot was displayed, Tapper did a back down.
yep,
You know, so I
I
think
saw
you just
that.
go through your routine. But I don't think that's the reason at the moment. I don't think any of these boats have got kelp on. I think it's just the rich are getting richer here, you know, which is unfortunate for Peterson
Yep.
here. Tapper's just getting more and more rewarded from the right-hand side of this track.
Yep.
Well, we've all known and loved Jeffrey Peterson since he helped out as a shore. You know, what do you call the shore patrol and the boat? The hostesses. He was a hostess.
He was one of the first male hosts.
One year, and he's sailed in this thing now a number of times, both as crew and skipper. And we all would have loved to have seen him win a third and eclipse you, Andy. I mean, not because we have anything against you, but just to have another record in the books about someone winning the Gov Cup 3 times. But we're equally excited about Cole Tapper's apparent victory here. He's way ahead, about to jibe one last time into the finish line with, 400 meters to go or so to the finish, because he has been a real trooper and a great sailor and a great representative of his country and his club, which we all love, the CYCA, for all the things they do for our sport, not the least of which is running the Sydney Hobart race on Boxing Day, the day after Christmas every year. In Rushcutters Bay down there in Sydney, they must be celebrating.
Yep.
Or ready to celebrate.
Let's put it this way. The champagne is at least on the table in the ice bucket.
It's at least being chilled.
Yep. Well, that is an incredible story. I'll tell you, to come back from 2-0 is a tough thing in match racing. It is really tough. And to do that is very, very impressive.
Well, the three of you called it. Again, I don't want to get completely ahead of ourselves, but there's only, a couple 200, 250 meters left in the 57th edition of the Gov Cup here is Cole Tapper's Gray Kite. And the crew, Cole's on the leeward side, Tommy. It's pretty light, but a big lead.
Yeah, it's a long, having to sail a lot of an angle downwind as opposed to when, you know, once the wind's up 8-10 knots, you can pull the spinnaker back and sort of run square downwind in these light weather conditions. It's almost similar to upwind. You're angling your way downwind here, so more distance to sail just to keep these spinnakers full.
This is, I've been in Cole's position here, and when you're approaching the finish line for the final race, you know you're going to win it, and it's starting to build, and you're just thinking, oh my God, this is awesome. This is just the best. You know, and I'm sure our great camera people will get the traditional dive into the Pacific Ocean here by all the crew, but well deserved. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
Oi, oi, oi.
Oi, oi, oi. I thought you were going to talk about how the pucker starts to relax after a tough, long series and week.
Just got to hope the Mark bot doesn't come and attack him. Make sure no one hacks into it.
That would definitely be a hometown advantage if that
Yeah,
happened.
the Mark bot starts. Well, congratulations to Cole, Hamish,
And Jack Freewind.
Yep. Cole, Hamish, and Jack winning the 57th Governor's Cup. Stand up, Australia. Stand up, Australia.
Andy, you can't lose. You love Australia.
I do. I
You
can't
love
lose.
Jeffrey Peterson and Balboa Yacht Club, and they have done it.
There goes the bosun over to get right behind him when they all jump overboard.
There's a boxing kangaroo flag here from the Cup.
All right.
Cup, America's Cup 83. Australia 2's battle flag. Andy, how long has this tradition been going on of the,
Boy, a long time.
the jump out of the yachts, the
Yeah.
bosuns capture the yacht?
Well, in this case, it may be that when Cole put his head in the water after the second race, he decided the water was too cold. There they go. It was nice to wait for Patrick. Yeah, they were being nice. Most of the crews just dive over and expect the bosuns to do that. Well, it's an awesome tradition. I love it. I have a big smile on my face. I was for Jeffrey, but boy, I'm just impressed as hell with what Cole and his team did here. That is a magnificent comeback.
I might be able to do this interview from the water here, Andy. But
Yeah, really. Why don't you dive in and go,
just idle forward, I'll interview them in the water. Just swim over. Yeah, it's a little bit quicker swimmers than the.
Graceful.
We've just got the skipper doing a lovely breaststroke over. Yeah, obviously ready for the Paris Olympics here.
yeah.
A jump up the front here, guys. Guys, you've just won the 2024 Governors Cup. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Introduce your team, Cole.
I'm Cole, and this is Jack Fruin and Hamish Vass, and we're sailing for the CYC.
Mate, make some noise. You guys, is it sunk in yet? That you've just.
I don't know. I think when we were.
It's pretty surreal when we were going around the track, crossing the line. Didn't even feel like we were doing the Governor's Cup. I felt like I had 8 more races to go. But yeah, it's slowly settling in, and it's great because last time we were here, we didn't do so well.
And look, what do you attribute to you were down to your match point, and then you've come back and won 3 races on the trot? What did you change?
Well, it certainly wasn't me. It was these two. We were just very, very fast. I'm sure you could see we're out of the manoeuvres, especially, and then yeah, we're just very confident in our boat speed, and we're lucky enough to pick that right shift, get that side of him. So on the first one, then that one, I don't know, managed to snag a lefty. So yeah, maybe more luck than skill, but it was good.
Well, it seemed, you guys have got boat speed, so that helps you be even more lucky. You know, that last start, he got the right, but then do you feel that you were coming out of the tacks a little bit better?
Yeah, we spent a lot of time just watching the chop, and I think in one of them he just tacked over and slapped a couple of waves, and that was enough for us to overcome that right shift. So yeah, we're really happy with that.
So CYC again, it's been a little while since the name's been on the trophy. I'm sure there's going to be a few people partying or having a cheeky beer at the CYC today. Any other questions from the commentary box?
No, I think not.
We'll get them at the press conference.
Yeah, we'll get you guys at the press conference. Congratulations.
Yep, Andy and that are saying congratulations. They're too emotional to speak right now. So we can see here some great sportsmanship. Peterson and his team have come by and just given the team a high five and a big congratulations. So, I'm sure there's going to be a few people having some fun tonight.
All right, Tommy. Well, thank you, and thank you guys.
No, and anyone else you want to thank?
Yeah, for sure. Number one is Jordan. He's over on the rib. He's been coaching us this week, and he has been better than ever. And we didn't give him his dream of a home worlds win, but we're pretty happy to be able to win this one for him before we age out of his program. And he's given us so much over the last 5 years. So yeah, thanks to Jordan, and then to Jill, who's hosting us for the 3rd year. So yeah, she was giving us the good luck in the morning, and yeah, thanks to those guys.
Well, congratulations again, team. This is they're still, Andy, looking here shell shocked that they haven't. I think once the drinks and everything start flowing, it's going to be a well-deserved celebration tonight. So here we have it, the 2024 winners of the Governors Cup.
All right. Great. Hamish with a big kiss for Cole. That's awesome. Okay, guys. Well, shall we take it back here?
Well, condolences to Jeffrey Peterson, Daniel Pegg, and Enzo Mendito, who were up 2-0 and had sailed a terrific series and then struggled a bit here in the light at the end in the finals. They will be the winner and the runner-up, the winner and the runner-up. Weren't they runner-up in 2022?
Yep.
So that's a hell of a record.
Yep.
Winner, runner-up, winner, runner-up.
Well,
Bravo Zulu to them, to their supporters.
Jeffrey is 1-1-2-2. So,
But what a conclusion. And to Cole Tapper, Jack Freeman, and Hamish Voss. Don't call me Vass. Winning the 2024 Gov Cup. We are going to head back into the Balboa Yacht Club now, and the winning team will be towed in last. The other teams come in. Or do they come in first or last?
they come in first.
They do come in first.
Well, they should. I don't know if they do, but they
try.
should.
They try to get them in either ahead of or behind all the other teams, and then the fireboat meets them. There will be a big display of the fireboat, and then that cannon from 1812 that's back at the club now was fired last night for the colors ceremony at 8 o'clock when the flags were lowered. That surprised the hell out of just about all of us because normally it's a little tinkle of a bell at the end of the colors ceremony. That cannon's going to get fired to congratulate this team when they come in. Then we will have the finals press conference. Andy will host that at 1700, 5 p.m. again on the Balboa Yacht Club YouTube channel and on the Gov Cup, BYC Gov Cup Facebook page. That will all be covered live and followed immediately by the prize giving with Commodore Randy Taylor and Regatta Chair Christine Gribben leading the way on that. Final around the track. We'll start with Tommy. Tommy, do we still have you out there on the roving boat? We may have lost Tommy. Matt, final thoughts?
I mean, we said it was going to go 5 races. It did. We had five great pre-starts. With that right-hand shift, it just meant the races were extending out a little bit. And congratulations to Cole and his team for being on the right side of them, and having a really good job. And every single teams from 1 to 12 this week is showed moments of magic, and I'm sure next year will be even better than this year.
Andrew?
Just an amazing week. The best, most equal fleet we've ever had. Some of the best sailing. The conditions were fine. I just couldn't be. I'm ecstatic. It's a great event, and it just reminds me. I mean, as I've said, I know how Cole feels now, and it is a truly wonderful feeling. So.
It is indeed, and to everyone who's made this possible, Dr. Don Becker and his race committee, Father Greg Newman and his bosun team managing the boats, the umpires led by Damien Bolderoo from Australia, Gov Cup TV led by Chris Bretschker. Fantastic job to everybody. Thanks for your major contributions to the success of this event. And we will see you back on shore for the final press conference and prize giving at 1700.